Well, hello everybody. What's going on? We got some wiggly chonkapillars and wiggly Phillips and not so wiggly ball sacks on people's head.
It's a dice sack, okay?
Is that what happened to the guy that tried to teabag you when you weren't really dead?
Yes.
I'll show you what
this is what happens when a rando rock giant shows up.
A rando rock giant. Yep. I remember that episode well.
Yep. You just
Got
straight
all them stones.
just straight chopped his nuts off.
Mm-hmm. On that note,
Wow.
all the rando rock giant nut chopping that we do. Hi everybody. Welcome in once again to another episode of Isles in the Mist. Not just any other episode. We're moving into the last few, however that may be. Not very many left. And we're on episode 86 tonight of the Homebrew Isles in the Mist D&D campaign. It's an honor to have you guys.
No idea what you guys are waving at.
They're just waving at everybody. Hi,
Now we're waving at Rusty.
Oh, hey, Rusty.
just popped in
What's
chat.
up? Thank you for joining us, my man.
For some reason, Stormy likes to hide chat at the beginning of the stream.
I didn't mean to hide chat at the beginning of the stream. We don't go chat dark till later. It was a misclick. But hello, everybody. So,
We weren't chat dark, we were just chat blind.
yeah, tonight is going to be a very unique and special night. But before we get to the descriptions, I will go ahead and do the introductions. Hi, everybody. I'm StormyD, your host and dungeon master for the Isles in the Mist campaign, episode 86. Yeah, I play all the characters and the storyteller and the NPCs, especially Rylar, the Suffrigant, fellow party member. And right across the way, cleaning his glasses, putting him on the spot, please, sir, introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. I am extirpatefate. I play Lorkris, the Goliath, who is an Oathbreaker Paladin and a Path of the Grave Cleric. He is of Weejas, and he brought death last time. Oh, and Guar, who is the goodest boy, watching over everybody, making sure nobody got hurt.
He didn't do anything last
He didn't need to. He was paying attention.
That's true. He was paying attention. Mhm.
Your introduction there kind of reminded me of those mystery shows at the beginning when they're like, "Oh, hello there, welcome in."
Because
they're like
what
doing
show was that?
something.
That was
Ripley's Believe It or Not.
no, Ripley's was good, but there was another one. It was like I don't. It's not Tales from the Crypt, but the guy was. They always like do a like real stories and fake stories. He goes, "Was that real? Was that the truth? That was entirely made up." You know,
I think I know what you're
it's got the same vibe as the.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'll have to check that out. You can find it.
I'll look it up
So,
later.
on that
Introduction to
note,
Conspiracy.
Yeah,
right next to him,
right there.
getting poked with the green hair and the black shirt. Please introduce yourself, milady.
Oh, I don't have my proper shirt on. Okay.
Savage Lord, you're correct. I just don't know what the name of the show is.
Okay.
I'm Druid IRL, and I play Fern, who's a wood elf, Circle of Spores Druid, and this is Chonkapillar. Oh, hail Chonkapillar! Chonkapillar's the best! Oh my god! Chonkapillar's transforming! Look at him, he's a moth now! Yay!
Chonkapillar has evolved.
Yeah, he has.
Nope.
Yep. All right, thank you. And swinging right back over here next to me, my own significant other and wonderful life partner. Please introduce yourself, a little blue-haired fuzzy kitty lady.
I'm not blue-haired.
Excuse me, blue-eared.
It's
I
like,
totally missed.
Does this look like the color blue?
Hey, when not long after we first met, you got your hair colored blue, remember?
I had blue streaks in my hair, okay? It was not all over blue.
It was mostly blue. Mostly.
I'm
Hey,
sorry,
hang on,
Druid.
hang on.
Are you guys muted over there? He muted, yeah, okay.
She's been muted. Oh man, is that the new form of punishment for Druid? Just mute her randomly.
Oh, that's so mean. Go ahead and do your intro.
Hi everybody, I am itsStarkitty, and I play Miss Emillynn Ray, College of the Battle Singer Bard, War Bard of the party, and Philip, my little baby beholder. That's a little prototype, but prototype where he came from, no clue. I want to know as a player where Philip came from. So,
Okay. Well.
we shall see, since he is Philip as well.
All
He's
right.
the polyphiloponic percepitude.
That's
Yes.
right.
Some of the things that my brain retains, I don't understand. Hi, Simon.
Yes.
Simon is here. Thank you for joining us, everybody. We appreciate you. So, why is tonight so special?
Thank you, Savage Lord.
Yes.
Severus.
Savage Lords. Severus. That's a cool ass name. That's impossible. Oh, okay. Thank you for the
I wrote it
mental
down.
tip. Right on.
I wrote it down for you.
Awesome. So, episode 86 is very special because just last week they faced off against one of the mini bosses, which was a death tyrant that reanimated a skeletal ancient dragon behind them and flanked them and put them in an ambush situation. And it was a tough fight, but they took it down, much to its surprise and chagrin. Like most of their enemies, it underestimated them. Yeah.
I just want to say, what a wonderful word.
What?
Chagrin?
Chagrin.
Chagrin, yeah.
To the chagrin.
Yeah. Wonderful word.
Oh,
Just kidding, yeah.
you're welcome.
You don't hear it too often.
Awesome.
I just, yeah.
May I have a shout out for Pelu? Pelu, welcome back to streaming.
Hi, Pelu. Welcome
back to
It's-
Twitch,
it's an honor to have you.
Pelu.
Thank you.
I was lurking in Pelu's chat earlier today.
Right on. So,
I didn't get the notification.
so they faced off against this thing at the base of Radiant Mountain, guarding the entrance to Radiant Mountain, not knowing what lies beyond this giant cavernous entrance, what lies within and without, because they know they're going to have to ascend to the top of Radiant Mountain if they're going to both figure out the final mysteries and face off against the Void Lord that has been orchestrating all of this for 15,000 years. Some sort of obviously immortal being with immortal patience to be working on a plan for 15,000 years. That only just now seems to be, they literally have a timetable. Apparently he will be, his ability to break through whatever barrier exists, protecting whatever's happening at the top of the mountain, supposedly will occur within a few days. And so now they have roughly 2.5 days to make it up the mountain. We shall see. We shall see. Did I miss anything? Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Oh, I can't forget this though. Well, you know what? We'll go into it when we do the player character recaps. All right. So here we go. I'm gonna have you guys share with me what stood out most to your character from last week. Starting off with Lorkris.
Maybe you should just stop rolling randomly.
Yeah, and it's just random.
My D6s roll high.
Hey, yeah. I think realistically the thing that stood out to Lorkris the most was really, unfortunately, the disappointment that was the Death Tyrant. All your bravado, all of your talk, pathetic. And then the sheer terror of it's not getting back up, which is strange. Because everything else likes to get back up, Everything else likes to continue to fight, and this thing just fell. Fuck.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
like it. Okay, Fern. Guess we're going round robin the same way we did the intros tonight. So I didn't hear a word you just said because your mic
dumb.
just cut it all out.
I turned into a dragon, and that was pretty freaking cool, guys. And I only ever spent one spell slot the whole entire fight because I turned into a dragon. One spell slot.
And, yeah, you did. Anything else to add?
But turned into a dragon. I'm not surprised that we killed the guy in 3 hits. Or 4, 6, something like that. We killed it really fast. In like 30 seconds.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay.
It was a slow 30 seconds.
So Fern is back to her just absolute arrogant conceitedness again.
Yeah. I turned into a dragon.
Okay. Why did you roll?
I was gonna ask the
next?
same.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Unless you want
I guess
Lorkris to go
StormyD.
again.
No, go ahead, Miss Ray.
Or he could have been rolling off between me and Rylar.
I've never done that yet, so I mean, I guess I
Yeah.
could have.
Then you would need to roll a d8, sir, to include Rylar.
Thanks
Philip.
for the tip.
Philip, did you see Fern turn into a dragon? Did you know she could do that? Were you hiding that from me? Because sometimes you know everything, but nothing at the same time. So, yeah, I'm talking about Goo. I know you saw the eye, but you say you know nothing about it. Anyways, I'm sorry if we defeated your family member, but it had to be done, Philip. Had to be done. But did you see Fern? She was so cool. I didn't know she could do that. But anyways, Philip, what do you think's gonna happen in the mountain?
Silence.
Well, we can get rid of that with the spell magic.
Har.
It's just
That is so true.
D&D joke.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
have just ascended to absolute nerddom. 100%.
Yeah.
You can never live that down now. Just so you know, you made a total D&D joke, and it was very good too. So
Thank you. I'm surprised she didn't throw hands yet.
You know? Because we're...
It's probably because everybody else is watching.
Because there's an audience.
It's okay. I like to make D&D jokes too. I mean, when I first met Stormy, he took a small little tumble, and I got him a get well card, and in it I told him to roll better on his tumble checks next time.
that's true. You did. I forgot about that.
Nice.
Yep.
And what did Rylar remember? Not much.
Actually, yeah. Rylar didn't remember much. He just remembers that. What stood out most to him was that he remembered more than he normally does. You know, like he could actually, like he told you guys, he sort of was watching it as if he was outside of himself. You know, as if it was a dream. There were a few times during the fight where he felt kind of sleepy after being hit by certain rays from that thing.
Oh yeah, even Philip got affected by the slow rain.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to say that stood out most to Rylar was he remembers that witnessing, through the dream, and then also hearing Miss Ray talk about that you guys as companions were being targeted by the Death Tyrant.
Yeah.
Is it it really surprises him. Why would they? Why and how would he be able to do that? Before, no one could see or interact with them, or they didn't even see them as a threat. But
Other than Guar.
well, no, yeah, Guar's an exception.
Yeah,
'cause
Guar is different.
yeah,
But
Because he's a werewolf lord.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can even argue Chonkapillar because he
Chonkapillar?
can be seen and heard and interacted with. He's just not a threat. But Philip was now, but it also makes sense, really,
yeah.
because this thing was of some similar lineage.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Philip got affected by the slow spell.
Thank you for not infecting us with your yawning disease. It was good. You played that off really well.
Tried my best.
All right. So that is
Just meet the
that is
DC for deception.
how it went down last week. I appreciate you guys for your recaps and is there anything else that we can think of that we talked about last week at the end that I've forgotten? Nope. That's it, right? All right, guys.
I'm pretty sure.
Thank you all for coming to the show. We're going to jump straight into the action/story/roleplay. So we appreciate you guys. Enjoy the show, and we'll see you in the intermission in a couple hours. Okay. So we got your characters right there just to show off on screen. Even though most of what tonight will be role playing. There'll be some role. So, dang it! I need. Can I borrow your water? Please.
You can have some water. I don't know if you necessarily want to borrow it and put it back.
I mean,
Mm,
God.
That's a little.
Smart ass.
Yeah,
Didn't
no,
really
wait.
get my throat, but all right. We'll
Would you
make
like
it.
a cough drop?
No, it's just very. Yeah, I don't know. I'll
Maybe
be okay.
some gum?
So you all are standing at this 50-foot tall crack in the mountain, and on a small elevated plateau where you just defeated the Death Tyrant Beholder, Undead Beholder, and the Skeletal Dragon, and their corpses are now lying there in a smoldering ruin once again. And I'll just jump to it. You guys make your way into the crack, into
Miss
You
Emillynn
make your
Ray
way into
bravely walks in,
Dang it. come on.
trusting that her companions will follow.
Yes, perfect.
Oh
Tell
yeah,
me-
Fern is
covering
like
up
skipping
covering
right
my throat.
behind.
So,
as we're walking in quietly, Lorkris is gonna cast Death Ward on himself.
okay. How long does that last?
8 hours.
Okay.
No concentration.
You cast
So both
Death Ward on
Guar
yourself.
and I.
And you walk into the the darkness of the cave. Of course, all of you have dark vision, and also a lot of light. This entrance to this massive cave is large in and of itself. It's 50 feet tall, and so it's letting in a lot of light. At first, of course, the contrast between outside and inside, you see the darkness. But as you make your way further in, the light kind of expands and opens up, and your vision changes, and you can see what lies before you is a massive cavernous area with a huge stalactites, reaching down from the top of the cavern. When I say huge, I mean it's massive. It's not like a hollowed out mountain, but it's, in fact, relative to the size of this mountain, it's probably an eighth of the size of the mountain. At this level, right? Not the whole mountain, but
Yeah.
the circumference of the bottom of the mountain. And it strikes you as just a beautiful natural formation. But what isn't natural is what you see has been made within this giant cavern. It looks like an ancient Adobe-style village has been crafted here from long ago, As you enter the cave, there's a handy little sign next to the cave, but it's a stone, like an embossed emblem, overgrown with some vines and moss. But over time, it's worn off. But what the sign says. So if this village had a name, it no longer does. And you enter into the area of it, and you look up and around, and you notice that again, it's an adobe-style village built out along the ground and then up a little bit into the right part of the cave. You notice that the back part of the cave, there's stalactites dripping down into basically a makeshift underground pond that may be partly from the drippage and partly from an underground spring. And then far to the left, you see a rising plateau that has a massive carved and curved set of stairs that lead up to the left and then back up and around and over the entrance behind you, as if they're just winding up to a different part of that side of the mountain that way. And as you look around at the village, you know, with the sign there and everything, you get the sense that this was very likely just sort of a makeshift village, not designed to be, any kind of fishing or resource village, but a village that's effectively a staging area for expeditions up the mountain. So, as you know from the history of the mountain, after the mountain had appeared, a lot of decades had gone on where on one side of the mountain that had been discovered, when the mountain first appeared out of nowhere, the Gargantuan people, the Ouija people from Lorkris had discovered it. They had decided to explore it. And so they were trying to climb it from this side of the mountain. And then the Malorans, the Fern's people, had done the same relatively about the same time, because, how do you not see a new mountain there? They had been exploring from the other side, but because of the size of the mountain and the mountains in between and the forests and stuff and the rivers, they hadn't, for a long time, they had not actually discovered each other yet. And based upon your history, the history that you learned during your travels and adventures, you realize that at some point in time, they did discover each other as they made progress up the mountain. And then it was that time, for a little while, there was, a relatively uneasy peace between them. And then, of course, everything went to crap when the Shadow Man arrived in their dreams of their leaders and started to influence them in ways that led them down dark paths. But those are curses that you both have lifted from your relative regions, from your people. You have lifted your people out of their cursed state, both of you. The land itself, though, there's still something here, the source of that darkness, of that curse, of that evil, the Void Lord, whatever he is, whoever he is, that still exists. And his penultimate plan all along was to somehow breach the secrets of Radiant Mountain. And all he did was use your two peoples to further that goal. And so that's one of the reasons that you need to climb this mountain, to face off against the Void Lord, but also, to understand why, and to understand what the light in the mountain are there to begin with. Why did it show up? What is it meant to show or to teach? What are you meant to learn? Why is it there? And all the other questions the other layers of the onion that have not been unraveled. Yes, question.
I can't remember if we discussed this or if we know this already. Did the barrier that like domes the top half of the island, did that appear along with the mountain, or was that there before? I don't remember if we discussed that.
It did appear along with the mountain.
Along with, okay. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, they're tied
no worries.
together.
I'm glad that, any kind of question like that where you're not sure about the lore, let me know, and I'll be glad to help you clarify it. So, back to where you're at now. This village, obviously, you can just call it the Forgotten Village. It's a staging area for climbing expeditions. It's noticeably cooler in here than it was from where you came outside. Obviously, outside was still a little bit cool because it's autumn. But it's cooler in here, which makes sense. I mean, it's a giant underground cavern. So it's cold and feels damp. Interestingly enough, as you all kind of look around, even just haven't completely entered into the village, standing at the edge of the village, you notice that the environment shows very likely some battles were fought here, which makes sense about your, considering your history. Very likely that some skirmishes and battles occurred between the Gargantuans and or between the Weejaws and the Malorans. Or as your history calls them, the Gargantuans and the Gloam Elves. But despite that the battles were here, there's no remains. You see places where buildings were obviously damaged by battles or destroyed and rebuilt. Still some ruins left. And you definitely see pieces of broken old rusty weapons lying about, but no remains. It's incredibly clean of all remains, which, knowing what you know about Lorkris' people, kind of makes sense. They tend to repurpose any kind of remains of dead people into their undead armies. So
reuse, reanimate.
Exactly. So it's a huge open cavern with massive carved and curved stairs leading up over the entrance. And what do you do next? The size of the village might be useful for you to know. It's not massive. The cave is pretty big, but it's not, when I say a village, we're talking maybe roughly 8 buildings, So it's like I said, it's a village, not like a town.
It's a fob.
Yeah.
It's a total fob.
A what?
Forward operating base.
Oh, right.
Like, it's not large. It's just enough to house, I don't know, maybe a platoon, maybe 2, and some supplies. Like, it's not really even like a dwelling space. It's just like, you can sleep there before you go up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell from the.
There's plant life here.
I mean, kind of normal, natural cave-like plant life. Yeah.
Like hanging moss or like fungus.
Little of that, yeah, sure.
And I hear them chattering to each other.
Strangely enough, you don't.
Hey, Miss Ray.
Yes, Fern.
Did we want to look at all of these houses before we climb the stairs?
Oh yes, and see if you can talk to the plant life that's around here.
And do you want me to ask anything in particular?
Ask them when the last time any type of humanoid was in this area.
Okay, let's start off with the search first. You all, who do you want to have help you search while she goes and talks to the plant life?
Well, Philip, of course, and anybody else who wants to help.
Well, Phil can't roll dice. So
I know.
Who do you want on the team who can help you?
I don't know. Out of Rylar and Lorkris, who's got the better investigation?
Definitely Lorkris.
Okay.
Lorkris has a 1?
Yeah.
Oh. Rylar also. Oh no, that's Sylvis. Never mind. Hang on. Rylar's investigation is a -1, so definitely Lorkris.
Mine is +3.
Yeah.
I don't want to share what mine is.
So, but Lorkris can give you a guidance, right?
True.
What do you mean no? You didn't
No.
take that as a cantrip?
No.
Oops.
I've never had
You're
guidance.
both a paladin and a cleric.
I'm a paladin and a cleric that is spec for war.
No, I know that, but that's all right.
When do I heal?
He's
Rarely.
Then Rylar will give
Which
you a
is-
guidance.
Which is funny. Which is funny because
blessings of doom.
and if we're within 30 feet, you get an additional 3. No, that's
No,
a
that's
saving
saving
throw.
throw.
I was gonna
Yeah, my bad. I
That's
got
all right,
excited.
that's right.
say. I was
Sorry to correct you, buddy. It's all right.
Oh, I get to roll an additional d4.
Oh,
32.
Oh, well, okay. So you guys spent quite a bit of time searching. Well, not a lot. You quickly kind of assess the layout of the village and realize, just like he said, it's a forward operating base, and it makes sense. The building that you find that's the storage building, it's kind of has some leftover gear kind of hidden back in a closet. It's almost got some ruined, like the roof is kind of caved in and there's some ruin there, but you're able to make it into the back storage area, and you very, very luckily dawns on you in your head, wow, this is kind of very lucky. We found some serviceable climbing and cold weather gear.
Ooh.
Since you didn't have it, serviceable
Don't need it.
serviceable silk rope, serviceable silk pitons and hooks and basically some harnesses and some warmer jackets and stuff. Obviously, you don't need them for this part of the mountain, but if you're going to be climbing this thing, you're going to need this stuff. And luckily, you have stuff that you can use. Yeah, go ahead.
I know that Emillynn is on it, but for context, I had a 21
Nice.
on my investigation.
Gotcha. So
Oh, you rolled a 19. Good
Yeah.
job.
yeah,
But I rolled
so
a 1 on the guidance.
it turns out that you don't find anything else of value or use, but at least your investigations turn up that gear, and your investigations turn up that sure enough, just what your theory was, the any kind of skirmishes or battles that occurred here, any leftover remains of enemies or of bodies, were repurposed as zombie skeletons. So
It was a team effort to find that stuff because, I'm probably sure we had to move stuff out of the way in order
yeah,
to get
without
to
a
it.
doubt, without a doubt, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
It's probably
Yeah,
more
just-
like,
just the
you think
muscle.
anything's back there? And you're like, yeah, I think something's back there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Just one-handed
while they're
crates.
searching, you go over and use your ability to talk to the moths.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and start.
Hello, Moss. My name is Fern. How are you? What's going on? How's life? Did you see that big crazy eyeball guy that was here?
There's
You're
no
not very
response.
chatty. I'm realizing this.
No, I'm just letting you know. You go on chatting with it for a while, and you then move on to some different areas of lichen and different areas of maybe some plants growing near the pond. And for some reason, the plants in this mountain don't respond to you in any way. They're not talking to you. They're not responding back. You sense that they're
You
alive.
guys.
There's nothing wrong with them. They're not corrupted. They're not, they just, for whatever reason, aren't responding.
They don't want to talk to me, Miss Ray.
What do you mean they don't want to talk to you, Fern?
They're alive and fine. They just don't want to talk.
Rylar says, that's weird. You mean they tell you that they don't want to talk? Or
No, they just are not saying nothing.
Oh,
there anything in the pond?
Yeah, I looked.
There's
Is
no
there a
or
fish in the
anything?
pond?
There's
Frog?
there's a few fish in the pond.
Oh, I'm gonna go talk. Can I talk to the fish?
They don't respond either.
Blub, blub, blub. Blub, blub, blub. Blub. No, even the fish don't want to talk to me, Miss Ray.
Hey, Fern, try something for me.
You notice the fish also kind of, once you start talking to them, they flutter away. Once they notice that you're there, they kind of get skittish and run away from you. Not run, but you know what I mean. they
grow legs and run away. They ran away from me, Miss Ray.
Fern, is there any way you can take some of that moss outside?
That's kind of mean.
Well,
They seem pretty cozy.
I'm sure.
I can take one little piece.
I just want to see if maybe it's something with this area and why they don't want to talk to you.
Can I take, is there like a rock with moss on it?
Sure.
Right, okay. I'll take the whole rock with moss on it.
Rylar, go with her.
He goes with him.
Hello, Moss, do you want to talk to me now?
Nope.
Hello? I don't like being ignored. It just makes me want to be more annoying.
That's true.
I don't like it at all.
Yes.
Does the plant life resemble any known plant life on the island, or is it kind of different?
Nope. It seems
Looks
like
identical.
regular plant life. Yeah.
I'll look at Emillynn and go, though it may look like normal plant life, these plants probably came with the mountain from wherever it is, or wherever it was. Who knows if this mountain is from a different plane of existence.
That's what I was thinking, which is why I asked her to see if it'll talk outside.
I bring that
Just in
rock
case.
back inside and I put it back where it was.
Fern?
Yes.
Anything?
No?
Oh.
I'm very annoyed about it.
It's okay.
Are you guys done searching now? Can we go? I'm very upset now.
It's okay, Fern. This reminds me of my very first show where I didn't get any applause at all.
Do you have the names of those people in the audience?
Oh no,
I'm gonna send them a strongly worded letter.
Oh heavens no, that was a long time ago.
Philip says, I still thought she sang great, but, I mean, it was her first performance, so she was kind of nervous. So, I can sort of see why they thought she'd stank up the place a little bit, but, she got better.
Yep.
Now I'm extra mad.
I was just sharing that story because, sometimes people just don't want to do something. Same thing with plants.
Yeah.
And fitted.
And fish too, yes. Animals in general, yes.
Yeah.
But remember, Fern, you can always talk to Guar.
Hi, Guar.
All right. So after you all have a chat and, I guess brighten Fern's mood a little bit, you guys, what do you guys decide to do? Make your way up the winding stairs? I mean, not winding, that's not quite the right word.
Yeah.
It's a
So there's
giant
enough
curved
climbing and cold weather gear for everybody?
stairs. Oh, easily. There's spares.
Okay. I'm going to make sure everybody has some of that stuff in each of their packs.
Good. Okay.
To write it down.
All right. I'm assuming that you guys make your way up the stairs, or is there anything else you want to do in the Forgotten Village?
I mean, there weren't any documents or anything like that lying about in the search.
Nope.
Okay. All right.
Everything okay over there, Fate?
Yeah, you said add that stuff, so
I
I'm.
told them.
Okay.
fine with
It's not.
I literally wrote it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like it's that big of a deal. But
Yeah, but still.
It's for me.
I don't want us to get to like, oh my god, it's cold out here.
Hmm.
And then we start taking negatives on stuff when I'm like, guys, we have cold weather here. Put it on.
We also have magic too. So.
Yeah.
All right. So as you make your way up the stairs, you make your way to the stairs. Like I said, there's a platform and a plateau that leads up to the stairs. The stairs were literally carved out of stone. It must have taken them a long time to carve these things. And it looks like the stairs are worn and smooth on the edges from repeated use. You're guessing that people walked up these things for decades, and over repeated use, they literally wore the stone in sort of a divot in the center of each step.
Makes sense.
Because of that, and because of the slight dampness, as you guys make your way up the steps, I need you all to roll me basically a climb check, which is an athletics check, I assume, right? Athletics or acrobatics, whichever one is better.
I said, can I do acrobatics, please?
I was gonna say, can I do acrobatics, please?
Yeah.
27.
24.
26.
Okay. You guys handle it very easily. The DC wasn't that hard. Honestly, I'll share with you that the DC was a 5. So it wasn't hard. It was just, if you rolled really badly or you have bad, I don't know what your stats are.
I didn't need to roll. I have a 10 base.
No, I understand.
I have a 10 base as well.
You never know.
Yeah, like for example,
That's true.
Rylar's acrobatics is a 2, and his athletics is 0. So he definitely needed to roll.
Oh, yeah?
He needed to roll a 3 or better.
No.
You said DC
Oh yeah,
was
he
5.
needed
has
a 3 or
plus
better.
2.
Yeah. All right. So you make your way up the stairs.
She wants a snack.
She's already wanting a snack.
But Stormy said we can't eat on stream, but he eats on stream.
Hey, I did. I was not eating. I stuck something in my mouth and swallowed it.
Someone clip that.
Please don't. Oh God. I do apologize for that, Druid. I thought I could sneak it in that if I didn't, actually make the motions of chewing, that no one would notice.
Eating.
All right.
I mean, there's an easy way to fix that, Stormy. Just say, hey, Druid, can you stop my cam so I can eat something?
I should have done that real quick. I apologize. Right.
Anyway.
Anyways,
So you make your way up the steps, and it's a good hike. I'm only making you roll once, even though it's a pretty good hike. Ideally, it's a good 300 feet of these steps, so it would be a bunch of checks, but one is enough. Because as you make your way, it goes up, but then it comes to a stone causeway that's both natural and carved out. And that causeway, you've actually gotten some pretty good elevation now. Like I said, roughly 300 or so feet. This causeway opens up another crack in the mountain. Farther, because of the way it is twisted up and around, it's farther around to this side of the mountain. And this crack opens up to the outside of the mountain again. As you make your way out of the mountain, you find yourself hiking in a beautiful forest, colorful forest with lush green trees and warm spring-like weather. You take note that there's a strange howling wind blowing through the trees. And you take note that as you make your way out into this area where you have to keep going because of the way the mountain curves around and drops off and the rocky kind of crag over here, you're gonna basically have to not climb, but steep walk, because the mountain is going like this and the forest is growing up like this. And what's really interesting is this strange howling wind blowing through the trees seems to have an effect on the trees at the top. You notice that all the trees, the tips of the trees are bent over and are kind of fluttering in the wind. And at certain angles, you can see some of the bigger trees who've grown big enough. It's as if one side of them, the outer side of them, is like pressed down as if the wind is laying against them like a blanket. And that's obviously the source of the howling wind sound. And right as you come out of that crack, there's another sign. And this one's a little more legible, and it's literally named the Howling Forest. And you, in Giantish, or Gargantuan, not Giant, yeah, Giantish. So, and even though she can't speak or read the language or whatever, she's been around enough to, especially certain kinds of words, that even Fern got this one. So.
That's the H, right? That's for the H?
Good job, Fern.
Right.
You remembered.
Because I know what the word forest looks like in every language, probably. So... Oh!
Hey, Fern, do you recognize what kind of trees these are?
These are
No.
These are like those typical kind of trees you see in a mountain forested area, I guess like pine trees and like
Green trees.
yeah, various.
And like,
yeah.
Like
honestly,
cedars.
I don't do foliage that well. I don't remember the names of trees that well to be able to
or
answer
like
that.
a birch tree or something.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of tree names off the top of my head.
Oh, yeah, that's what I would do. So I don't know if a birch tree is it, but yeah, definitely, your typical kind of mountain style forest trees. The ground is a steep slope, so the trees grow upwards. The outer edges and tips of the trees are constantly fluttering and stunted. Like I said, it's as if some unseen force is pushing against the trees and blanketing them. But it's really just a strange, strong wind that's blowing straight down the mountain. And by the way it sounds, it must be very strong. And by the way it's affecting the growth of the trees, it must be a strong force of some kind. And but that doesn't mean you can't investigate it. If you want to.
Fern, should we see if you can talk to these trees?
I was going to say, I am already prepared for them to not respond to me.
Sadly,
can I go up to a tree?
That is the case. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, the plant life does not respond to you. In fact, when you see insects or little animals scurrying about in the forest, whenever they see you guys, they run away. You notice as you travel a little bit through the forest, obviously just to explore or just to go a little bit deeper, that the higher you travel upward on the slope, the howling and the wind seem to grow stronger.
Can I roll a nature check or something to determine if this is whatever, something?
What would you like to know? I mean, I'll let you roll a nature check, and then I'll let you as a player tell me what you're...
I'm trying to think of something. Hold on.
Can I roll just because I can? It's nature, and then you tell me what I should know.
No. I am trying to think of something, though. It's obviously magical wind. Or should I roll?
Well, you're gonna have to investigate further before you can come to that as an actual conclusion.
Yeah, so roll your nature check to see if it's a magical wind or not.
I don't think a nature check will necessarily say that, but yeah, I mean, you can roll me a nature check. That's fine. As the sign says. I'm assuming everybody's rolling a nature check.
15.
13.
Did you say 15? What did you roll?
I rolled a 6.
Oh, wow. Okay. And you rolled a what?
I rolled a 4. For my nature, it's a 13.
Okay.
You have better nature than me? I'm not surprised.
I have a plus 9.
Proficiency thing, though.
Yeah.
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 So,
plus
I mean,
9.
the same.
so this doesn't seem like any wind you've ever heard of before, but without, doing stuff like detecting magic or, doing any kind of arcane research or
Rylar.
druidic research.
Rylar.
Rylar.
Yeah, yes.
Is there anything magical around in this forest?
Oh, it just does.
Okay. And you didn't see anything magical when we were down in the village? I forgot to ask you.
Oh, I would have said something.
Okay. Rylar, what do you think of this forest?
It's pretty. It's kind of steep. It's a little, it's nice weather here. It feels good.
Yeah.
It's like the spring, which is weird because down there on the outside of the mountain, it's like fall.
Mm.
We love you.
Thank you.
You're
For
the best.
thank you for the follow.
Lorkris, what are your thoughts on this forest?
You say that the wind is going in a down.
From the top of the mountain down.
Rushing down.
What you find really interesting and strange, though, is that it's as if the wind envelops the mountain without actually, because normally if there's wind coming down the mountain, you would feel it. I mean, sure, the trees would block some of it,
Yeah.
but you're not really feeling the force of those howling winds you're hearing.
So
The trees are obviously affected by it at a certain height.
Yeah. In response to Emilynn's question, because they were thinking about the wind, and I'm just kind of I will like to make my nature check to really kind of see or try to understand that how the wind is enveloping, and kind of look at, do the trees create the barrier for the wind and that's why it's being oppressed, or is the wind independent? How is that dynamic functioning? What's really affecting what?
You don't even need to roll. I think just by thinking about it and looking at it, observing, you guys can come to the conclusion that the trees are not having an effect on the wind. It's definitely the other way around. The wind is definitely having an effect on the trees, but only at a certain point, at a certain level.
Well,
By
the
the way,
nature of this wind.
I need to back up real quick and share that when you guys were in the Forgotten Village, you spent roughly an hour.
Okay. Is that to keep track of my death ward?
I suppose so, just to keep
Yeah.
track of the day, because you're on a timetable.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it is kind of obvious that this wind is not natural per se. It is odd that it's only affecting the trees at a particular height. Almost feels like it reminds me of the barrier in a way.
I could see that.
Are we on?
Shall we keep going?
Do we want to climb a tree, Rylar says, and then see what it feels like? I don't know if these trees are very climbable though.
Yeah.
They get.
I mean, I'll just look because I mean, athletics is my thing. Is any tree suitable for?
So imagine a Christmas tree. You know, obviously at certain they're not easy things to climb, right?
Mhm.
Because of how thick the branches are coming out, how spiny they are, and then of course the higher up you get, the skinnier they get, so they're gonna like bend and wouldn't support your weight. There's a mixture of other trees. You think farther up, you'll probably find some variation in trees that you might be able to climb.
Okay. I mean, these don't particularly look suitable to carry even Fern. Might be some better ones further up.
Okay.
We could check.
So as you make your way up farther, like I said, you notice that the howling and wind grows stronger as you travel upward. Roll me another climb check because you're basically, it's very steep slope. So you're not climbing, but it needs to be in athletics or acrobatics. Actually, this time it's more athletics, not acrobatics, because you're basically kind of, you're hiking up a steep slope.
Yeah. How's Guar handling it currently?
Oh, he's fine for now.
He's fine. Okay.
I'll let you. I do need you to roll for him, though. Thank you for reminding me.
13.
I forgot to have him roll for the village, but I'm pretty sure he'd get the DC 5 pretty easily. So.
Yeah.
13 for athletics.
Okay. You are.
16.
You make your way. I'm assuming that you guys will make it too. Maybe.
Would have been a 17 if it was acrobatics.
Mm-hmm. Well, acrobatics, it makes sense for a slippery area. This isn't really a slipperiness so much as it is just physically exhausting, climbing up a steep, crawling, walking up a steep hill. What'd you get?
21 for Guar. And a natural 15 plus 13.
All right, so the DC for this particular climb was 10. So, can anybody fail a DC 10?
Yeah.
Rylar can. I got
With athletics, yes.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Rylar slips and falls, and starts sliding down the mountain.
What order are we walking in?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I imagine I'm probably at the point.
Yeah.
I feel like it would make the most sense given my athleticism and finding the path of least resistance and the easiest. Yeah.
Probably. Do you want to do it at single file or double file? Because it could be you and Fern going forward with Rylar, and it's up to you guys how you want to do it. Which you think is the safest route? You guys are going to have to figure that out.
Fern likes to be second in the line, no matter who's in front.
What?
Guar will probably be literally next to me or just within arm's reach. So, where's Rylar?
You guys need to tell me where you're positioning. I'm not going to.
No, yeah.
So how do you guys want to do it? You want to do it single file or 2x2 with the puppers next to you?
I have an answer.
Okay, go for it.
So if Lorkris is taking point, then Fern would be right behind him. That's where Fern would be, because Fern likes to be second in line.
Okay, but as a team,
So
have you
file.
decided as a team you're going single file? Is that what you're getting at?
That's what I mean. Even if it's
we're
single
gonna
or
go
double,
single
Fern would
file.
be.
Okay, who's third?
Okay.
That would be me.
Okay.
Then Rylar will.
Be behind everyone.
So Rylar,
Oh, no.
I'm gonna let you roll a reflex saving throw to reach down and assist Rylar.
Dexterity, you mean?
Dexterity. Sorry, 3.5 sticks its head out every once in a while.
13.
All right, you are able to grab a hold of Rylar before he slips. I mean, it wouldn't have been like a killer or anything. He would have just slid back down to the plateau area, maybe taken a little bit of scrape damage. But now you.
I'm gonna be like, Lorkris, it's getting a little steep. We should probably rope each other together.
It's very smart, Miss Ray. That's why you are our team leader.
And Rylar says, that's super cool. Thank you. That was a bit scary.
I have rope.
Remind me again. I know we have that. Is it a collar or a harness for Guar that gives him the plus?
I think it was a collar.
I can't remember.
To
'Cause
give him the
I know
plus?
we enchanted, right? Because he's get +1 to AC and saving throws. And I remember that was
I think it was a collar.
Was it a collar or was it more of a harness?
It was a collar.
It was a collar. Okay. Does it look like we're gonna reach another plateau spot anytime soon?
No, you think that it'll take a couple more hours of travel through the howling forest. I mean, it goes pretty deep, so you don't know. I mean, you
Okay.
yeah.
I can't see it. Yeah. Okay. How far down is the flat plateau?
From where you came from?
Yeah, from where we are currently.
Oh, several hundred feet. You made a little bit of
Okay.
distance, a few hundred feet.
Okay. All right. Well, Emillynn, you do have a point. We got plenty of rope. Might as well. I will use my own personal rope to craft a harness for Guar that can then be tethered. I know we probably are going to want to make Guar tiny at some point, but he's not really struggling. But I want to have a bit more opportunity to grab.
Okay.
All right, let's tie off and continue.
So how are you attaching the rope to each of you?
Around the waist.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like attaching it to your belts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Looping it through the belts.
Sounds good.
And tie off.
So you continue on. I'm going to have up through the howling forest as it, when I say it's getting louder, it's not necessarily loud. It's just it sounds like, howling wind, and it's pretty.
Yeah, we don't have to yell over each other. Then again, we don't even have to yell over each other. We could just talk with Rylar.
Right. Now, the higher up you get, it does get pretty loud, and so you end up using Rylar's telepathic connection with you guys to do most of your communication. You've gotten used to that anyway, except for Lorkris when he needs to talk to Guar. So,
yeah.
And then, so for the next 2 hours, I need 2 more climb checks from each of you.
Athletics.
Right. I keep saying climb checks. Sorry, it's a 3.5.
That's okay.
Habit.
We know what you mean.
Yeah.
We're good.
For the first one for me.
Okay. 5 from Fern. What did you get on that one, Lorkris?
I got a natural 20 for me and a natural 19 for Guar.
Okay. What'd you get?
17.
Okay. And I'm going to roll for Rylar. Rylar got a 6. So because of your incredible roll, you anchor Fern pretty well, since she's the one right behind you. You rolled pretty well too, but Rylar slipping yanks on your rope. So I need you to roll another athletics check to see if you slip and fall.
11.
Okay, you do not. You hold firm. So and then you kind of brace Fern. And you're like, he's all like being the anchor at the top. But you're pretty impressive because you stopped Rylar from falling, and then you also stopped Fern from falling all at the same time. So there you go.
It's the party leader.
You guys
Gotta make sure everybody's good.
continue to one more check as you go. You see sort of a light at the end of the tunnel, as it were, at the edge of the forest up ahead. You notice what looks like. Again, this is several hours of travel, or not several hours. It's roughly for every 2 hours I'm having you roll a check. So, no, not that long. Excuse me. It's 2 hours. I said that. For every hour you roll a check. So for the second hour, you're going to make towards the edge of the forest, and you see a rocky crag up ahead.
So since this is the second time Rylar has slipped, I'm gonna be like, Rylar, you're gonna hold my hand, okay?
Okay. Rylar's like, do we have any like magic that can like boost my abilities or something?
Philip blesses you. I give him a guidance.
Okay, that works too.
Let me bless Fern. Go bless you. But then he asked, do we not have anything that boosts people's like strength or something?
Not prepared.
I don't have enhanced ability.
Okay.
But
All right.
I mean,
Nope.
I figured, if I'm holding his hand, I can give him an assist.
All right. roll your the second hour check.
11.
And the blessings of goo is just a D4.
Yes.
Correct.
Oh wow. Rylar got there this time because of your guidance.
I was about to say, if Rylar slips, I'm going to be like, no, sir. Because I rolled a natural 20.
Okay, so you're doing good. How about you over there, big guy?
Natural 20 again.
I see it.
Twice
right
in a row?
out.
Yep.
That's sick.
Yeah. And Guar got a natural 14.
Okay.
29
All right.
altogether.
So you guys make your way up out of the edge of the Howling Forest. And you now come to, you find, sure enough, there's a bit of a not quite a plateau, but it levels off a little bit as you come to a rocky crag. And when I say a rocky crag, huge rocks, massive kind of reddish gray rocks surround you and, or not surround you, but kind of bar your vision up ahead. And right at the edge of the rocks, there's two big ones where you come up at the edge of the forest and you see over to the right, it looks like there's two particularly gigantic ones. They're kind of roundish, all natural. They don't look like they've been altered. And sure enough, with a lot of overgrowth next to it, there's another one of those stone signs.
What does this one say?
You guys make your way over to it, and the stone sign says Banshee Hollow.
Banshee Hollow?
Yeah.
Don't you have gloves of climbing?
Wait, hold on.
That would be hilarious if that's true.
I'm pretty sure she does. I
think I remember that too.
Oh, you do. It just sounded quick.
Swimming and climbing. We all
Nothing
have gloves of swimming and climbing.
You all have gloves of swimming and
Gloves
climbing?
of-
I have gloves
No,
of
no, no.
swimming and climbing written down.
I do not have it
Oh, you don't?
because I have gloves of storing.
Oh, you have gloves of storing. Well, okay.
And I gave my gloves of climbing and swimming away.
To Miss Ray. Okay, so you have the gloves of climbing and swimming.
Yeah.
So,
What does that do?
what are you
for me?
storing in your gloves of storing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, I think you had your staff of the adder
What?
at the time.
Oh yeah, you still have. So you still have a staff. You got a walking stick if you want. Okay. All right.
It comes out as a snake.
Yeah, and the gloves of swimming and climbing give you what?
While wearing these gloves, climbing and swimming doesn't cost you extra movement, and you gain a +5 bonus to strength.
Oh. So I get to add a plus
Made
5.
to climb or swim.
So yeah, start remembering that now. I mean, obviously you wear gloves, right? What would you have to swap out temporarily?
I actually don't have gloves.
You're not wearing magical gloves?
Mm-mm.
So, okay, you probably would have just had these on.
Mhm.
That's all right. You forgot how to use them. Now you remember. All right.
I was just like, I remember we have a pair of gloves
Now,
that are climbing.
do you want them, or do you
Yeah.
want to give them to Rylar? Since you seem to be doing okay. What's your athletics check?
+6.
Okay.
That's before. That's not including the +5.
And what's your strength?
10.
Okay, so you're roughly the same as Rylar. He's got an 11. Basically no bonus, so it's the same strength effectively.
Yes, it's my proficiency bonus. That's in my
I
athletics
have
check
a
because-
literal +1 to my athletics.
So you
I am
noticed
not that strong.
when you went through the forest that again all the animals seem to kind of get skittish and run away, Rylar suggests, it might be easier for us to do this if we were lighten our load a little bit with our bag of holding. What do you think?
I don't
Sure.
really have
I mean-
that much stuff.
Yeah, but
Well, you
most of
don't,
my-
but he and I are wearing armor. And Rylar's carrying a shield, so he basically requests that you carry his shield in your bag of holding for now. He's, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Because of that, I'll
Give him like a little bit of a
Yeah, give him a-
bonus because
give him
both
a
his hands
plus
are
one.
free now.
I'll give him a +1 for not carrying the shield. Just because it makes it a little easier, lighter. All right. So you're standing before this giant rocky crag, and there's a sign that says Banshee Hollow, and you hear the
Banshee.
the wind howling. Like I said, from into the forest. It's a little bit quieter in this area, but you hear it. Probably, the top part of the rocks are obscuring it a little bit, you think. Basically, it's just kind of one of those, if you haven't been to a place like this before, it's one of those areas where big rocks kind of, you can walk through them and around them. And they're massive. As you walk into, in between the two main area ones, as soon as you walk just a few feet in, you're shocked by the silence of it. Suddenly, there's that wind is just gone. You don't hear it at all. But you notice that it's noticeably warmer here, and you can see the sunlight kind of streaming down in certain areas in between the rocks, up ahead, up above. You press on?
Yes.
You guys,
Yes, Fern.
what do we know about the Banshees as a team?
Let me roll my history.
I'm gonna roll a nature for that, because if a banshee kind of is a,
I'll let you roll religion, not nature.
I was gonna say either that or religion.
32
the same
for
number
my
anyway.
history.
Okay. I mean, the bard over here has plenty of tales. I'll say through her and through, your help. What'd you get?
22.
I mean, that's great. Yeah, you guys pretty much know whatever you want to know about banshees. They're kind of a rare undead form.
Didn't we?
They're typically they're high elven ghosts that lure. They're angry. They died horribly, and they have a voice weapon attack that terrifies, and things like that.
So the only point that I really wanted to make was that it's probably named Banshee Hollow for a reason, so just be ready to be yelled at.
Lorkris, can you sense any undead around us?
Nope. Not
No.
the range was a mile, correct? Mm-hmm. Not within a mile.
Well, please keep that
Nope.
in the back of your mind as we move through this area.
Oh, yes. I will know.
All right. So as you make your way through the winding rocks, the massive and ancient, the ground amongst them is a little bit more flattened, but it's still, you're still finding moments where you're, it's steep walking as you wind in and around these rocks. It's almost like a maze of these giant rocks. It gets hotter and hotter. In fact, the quietest areas where you don't hear the wind at all feel like kind of a strong summer heat wave almost. And I'll let those with Nate. I'm not even going to have you roll. I'll just say that you all have decent enough nature that you believe what's happening is this area of the mountain must get a lot more sunlight. And these stones, something about these stones absorbs a lot of heat. and it just kind of stores it and holds it in right here. And so walking in amongst them, it's just hot. But as you make your way around a particular bend, as you are a good 20 minutes into walking into these areas, there you come to a low area that kind of slopes down and up, and you see down into a little ravine area. These rocks, this area of the rocks, is taller up, and it's grown up, and there's an interesting kind of pattern on the rocks, and suddenly, just like out of nowhere, almost as if you walked through a wall, you hear this wailing sound that sounds like a banshee, but you don't see anything scary around, and he doesn't sense undead, and you realize this place is called Banshee Hollow because there are certain areas where the rocks are taller, and the way they're shaped and formed, they're pulling in the wind at certain places into a sort of a vortex, and literally changing the formation of the rock and creating that sound. Whereas in the other areas, the rocks were kind of rounded at the top and large enough and shaped in such a way where the wind is blocked by the rocks. So you weren't hearing it, but the wind is still there. And basically you found this area where it intensifies, and it sounds like the wail of banshees. In these latter areas,
Yes, Fern. Yes, Fern.
Yeah, sorry.
I said I was right.
What?
Just preparing for loud sounds. We found it.
Mm-hmm. What do you, does anybody want to try and climb up the rocks to, I will say that in the areas where it's quieter, the rocks were kind of hot to touch. But in this area where the wind swirls, they're cool enough that you could climb the rocks. And we forgot to climb the tree anyway earlier, so this is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah.
What was that? Not a single
Forgot
word came out
about
of
it.
your mouth.
Yeah, she forgot about it. Yeah, I'll climb up.
Okay.
And this is like climbing up rocks, like here.
Yeah, rock climbing.
What?
Okay.
You know how you're like climbing the hallway, like up against the walls? Yeah.
Yeah, you can do
so
one
I
of
will-
those, yes. It'll make it easier if you do.
By what?
If you do what she was saying, where you find a spot where two rocks are close to each other and you kind of...
You can like spider climb
Yeah,
up.
I'm gonna disconnect like my tie to Guar
Yeah.
so that I'm
Be able
And,
to
and the
go.
team, I assume,
Ugh.
right?
What's that?
And the team, I assume, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
You're disconnecting
I'm-
from the line. Okay.
yeah. But how tall is it? Like how?
It's
give or take.
easily 60 feet up.
Okay. What I am gonna do though is with that rope that's attached on either side, I'm gonna have two pitons attached and keep them close, so that way if I feel like I'm gonna slip, I can just tink one into the side.
Okay, what about the rope?
So rope tied around the waist,
Yeah.
two ends, piton one, piton two.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, if you need to, yeah.
So,
You're gonna-
yeah, so and they'll be nearby. So as I'm going up, if I feel like I'm gonna slip, I can just grab one and then yeah.
All
Look
right.
at you. You're so smart.
I'm gonna
Like you
give
grew
you,
up in the mountains or something.
I'm gonna give you advantage with your climbing gear that you're using. What's your minimum climb check, out of curiosity? Your athletics.
If I rolled a 1, it'd be 14.
Okay, so you very, without even a roll, you very easily scale up to the top where you start to feel the wind where it's swirling in. And you notice as you go farther, the wind gets stronger and stronger to where it almost stings. And you're able to get far enough to the very top where you'd be able to, it's kind of painful and uncomfortable and rough. Do you try and reach beyond the rocks into the what feels almost like a barrier of wind?
So I'm within range of Rylar for like the communication, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna let him know. Might be able to reach into that wind barrier.
Oh yeah, we were gonna try that on the tree, weren't we?
Be careful.
We're trying it now. We're trying it now. And I pull myself up, like hand up, feel as it presses, kind of inch a little closer and see if I can press my hand into the space.
All right.
You know, not just like.
So what happens is have you ever been driving on the highway with your car window down and you've been driving really fast and you stick your hand out the window and you feel your hand kind of pull from the wind, from the pressure of it? Imagine that times 10, times 100, times it's like it jerks your hand and it practically like skins. You take a single point of damage as it kind of practically skins some of your flesh off. It almost flays your flesh off. The wind is so strong and so thick that even with your great strength, it jerks your hand away.
It could rip your arm off.
Don't go in the wind. Sucks.
What happened?
You all witnessed it.
Well, you know the whoosh that happens from your fireballs?
Yes.
Okay. Imagine the whoosh hurts you, not the fire.
Oh. Oh.
It doesn't sound like fun.
No.
I wonder if that's what killed the dragon. Tried to fly.
Well, you get the sense that that whatever that was might have potentially been a factor holding him in place, but something definitely like smote him with. You know, he was
Yeah,
he was
he was not just.
Moted.
Yeah.
He was a.
Yeah. So you get the sense that maybe he was strong enough to try to breach the wind barrier, right? Because obviously he's an ancient dragon, very powerful being. Maybe he was strong enough to try and breach the wind barrier, and in doing so, he drew the attention of something else that just shot him out of the sky, and then the wind did the rest with his limp corpse.
So the wind from this barrier is similar to the wind barrier that Gashura's team was trying to get over?
No, they were trying to get through the barrier that separates the
remember that
lower
was,
half from
right. That's not
more
an
of a
actual
magical
wind
anomaly.
barrier
Oh, okay.
so much as
It's a magical like
I couldn't remember
anomaly
if it was a
barrier
wind
kind of
barrier
thing.
or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're up at its top part. It sort of had this sort of frictionless slick, and so any actual wind hitting it would be, cause the pressure to go down around it. But it definitely is as if it's an impenetrable physical barrier of some kind.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. So you easily climb back down. You guys at least figured out something interesting about the wind in the mountain and how it's related. You have so far, you haven't done any other kind of experimentation yet. If you want to, it's up to you. But you have at least figured out a few things. For some reason, the plants seem to be silent. It's a strange anomaly.
It doesn't want to talk.
The fern, yeah. The animals and insects are also skittish and don't want to talk. There's a wind anomaly surrounding the mountain itself. And so that's what you've discovered so far in your climb up the mountains thus far. And you're still deep in the middle part of Banshee Hollow. And there are certain areas where, as you make your way up, you're actually having to climb up into rocks and into hollows and through this maze of this rocky crag. So I'm going to have you guys roll me some more climb checks as you do
Athletics
so.
checks.
And every once in a while, like I said, you come to these areas where it's just this howling banshees.
22.
Is that with your new? Yeah. All right.
8.
Okay. Rylar actually. Well, so I'm assuming that every once in a while you guys keep hitting each other with guidances, or
Yes.
what? Okay.
Cantrip.
Wait,
so.
Rylar barely got there. What did you get, Fern?
do I get the guidance?
Of course. From Goo, you get a Goo guidance, and Rylar gets a Philip guidance, which Rylar finds ironic and hilarious.
9.
A 9 is a total. All right.
Total.
So you slip. You get support from the two of them though.
Yeah, 30.
That was your check, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're fine. You easily hold on to her. As you let's do that. Let's do that another couple of hours or another hour. So that's
Another check.
yeah. Let's do another check. And even though you still feel that oppressive heat that's been held in by the rocks, you come to an area that's starting as you're climbing upwards. Still, it gets a little colder, not colder, but cooler. You definitely notice the coolness of it. Kind of the air coming in is cooler, and so there's this contrast between the radiating heat of the rocks and the cooler air. A 4.
With guidance.
Wow, with guidance. What did you do? Roll a 1 and a 1?
I rolled a 2, and then the 1 plus 1.
Wow, that's amazing. What did you get?
If we were acrobaticing, I'd be fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't an acrobatics thing. It's more a strength. Rylar rolled a natural 19, so with his pluses, he's fine. And you got what did Big Guy get?
28.
Okay. So
and is this at a point where I have to like physically carry Guar now? Or is he
are you
still
rolling for him for me?
Yes.
What
Yeah,
did
I'm
he
still
get?
rolling for him.
What did he get?
14, natural 14 plus 6. Because
Nope,
he takes my proficiency.
he's okay. He's doing fine.
Yeah. Cool. In terms of just how we're navigating, I know I'm not quite sure if we're going more sheer or still kind of up. So I'm going to continuously roll for him until you tell me there's a point where Guar can't physically go vertical and that I have to then carry.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So until you say something else.
Gotcha. Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm
Well, so you are
Just
caught
not
by
being
your
busy.
companions. Luckily, you guys were smart enough to rope her off. I am going to have you rolled high enough again that you don't even need to roll a second check to anchor her. It's okay. Plus, technically I should have you rolling an advantage because you have your,
Climbing gear?
I'll have you roll an advantage for every time that you have to assist somebody because of your gargantuan, your
My strength.
not your
Because I'm
strength, your
involved, so
special ability.
I can drag, carry, push.
Right.
One size larger.
Yeah,
So.
technically speaking, there are other ways you guys could go about this. I'm not trying to get you to do that. I'm just saying
No,
if you get to a point where
yeah.
it gets scary, there are
Yeah.
options.
Yeah, I was just literally thinking about that.
Yep.
Just feel like
Well, and now that you are literally thinking about that, you've come to the edge of the rocky crag area known as the Banshee Hollow after another couple of hours, and you're thinking to yourselves, "Wow, this is getting tough. This is tiring. You're all pretty tired." But the rocky
Good.
crag opens up, and you come basically to the middle part of the mountain, and you see it's a steep slope. Not full of large rocks, but small rocks with some medium runs around here and a few sparse trees. And you see the first sparse signs of snow, and then you can see white as it goes up across the mountain around. You basically have come out to a point up the middle part of the mountain, and you can definitely tell that where you're going to be walking now is sort of a layered area of steps where you're going to have to walk and climb, an actual climb, but not like sheer rock climbing, just climbing up to the next, layer of a step. And there's a sign at the edge of this, and it says the deceptive steps.
So don't trust nothing.
Before we move forward, I need to take a little bit of a break.
Oh, you got to go. Okay.
Do we all have to pee?
Well, on that note, before we do though, I just want to describe to you that the air suddenly changes to a cooler. It's almost as if you were back down at the bottom of the mountain. It's that cool autumn weather again at this point. So even though it's a bit of an early break, that's totally understandable. We got to listen to our bladders. We'll be since a few of us need to take a break. We'll go in order. I'm not going to go to the intermission scene. We'll just entertain the troops while you all go. All right, guys. Yeah. Thank you for joining us once again. We're going to jump straight back to it. And
love you guys.
Love you all. Appreciate you being here. Enjoy the show. Okay. So.
Start the show.
Where were we?
The deceptive steps.
Yes. So you had basically this.
I do have to say, as an aside, that's not like related to the D&D campaign. The names of these areas that you came up with, Stormy, they remind me of like a series of unfortunate event book titles.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah, lemony schnacket.
So funny.
Right?
All
right.
I read most of those books except the last two.
So I shall explain your area a bit and describe it a bit more. At the deceptive steps, you've basically come to the middle part of the mountain where precipitation from the clouds falls primarily. Because remember how I explained to you that the clouds kind of swirl around it, and there's like a dead zone, like an eye of the storm, as it were, that somehow shields the top part of the mountain from any kind of weather. That's why it's not a snow-capped mountain; it's a snow-ringed mountain. Well, you're in that snow. You're at the edge, the outer edge of that snow ring, and it goes a good 1/3 up the mountain. Like you get this right here in this area where you're at. It's kind of, imagine it's a steeper version of like Scotland. Okay, autumn weather, kind of cloudy-ish looking, kind of misty and cool. Autumn, obviously because it's autumn, it's cool. Kind of misty and wet. A little bit of snow here and there because of places where the shade keeps the snow from melting. But you can definitely see up ahead that the snow basically just keeps getting more thicker and thicker, and far in the distance, you see sort of just a blanket of white, and above it appears to be sort of a what you think is sort of some sort of cold weather event, like a strange kind of storm circling around that part of the mountain. But that's a ways up. That's that's several hours more up. In fact, based upon how difficult this area is to traverse, you're obviously being slowed down by everything to a certain degree. Of course, with her constant pass without trace, pass without trace, it only makes you stealthy. It doesn't. Does it make difficult terrain non-difficult as well? No. Okay, it's what it did in 3.5. I always get it confused. So you don't have any method of you guys don't have a ranger that can help you guys navigate through the area faster, right? All right.
Question though, just kind of with that, and this could be a stretch, but being that I am mountain born and I lived in the mountains, would I have some type of, maybe not quite as efficient as a ranger, but is that?
I mean, it's not an ability that's inherent in the core rules, but I will say that because of that, I'm factoring that in for several things that are going on. So just trust that I have that in mind all the time. Just like your Goliath ability to be a bit stronger to, pulling weight and stuff. But yeah, absolutely. There will be points where that, as you traverse the mountains, where that's going to matter more and more. Yeah. So I'll just re-describe. You've come to the middle part of the mountain where precipitation from the clouds falls primarily in the ring around the mountain. There's now a mix of rocks and trees, but there's noticeable sparse snow that gets more pronounced the farther upward you go. It keeps getting colder as you go upward, with less and less rocks and vegetation as it gets steeper and steeper. And you think that maybe, this is gonna be slower going up this. So roll me your first of 4 climb checks.
With guidance?
Yeah. I'm gonna say every hour you give each other a guidance. Okay. Both Fern and Rylar slip and fall again.
Oh, Rylar doesn't fall because I got a natural 20.
And what did you get?
29.
Okay.
My total was
Guar get?
33.
Guar got a 20.
Okay, it's getting a little bit tougher for him, but he succeeds on his own still.
Yep.
You easily anchor the comrades who aren't doing so well.
A good thing we went Lorkris, Fern, me, then Rylar.
Each time that happens, though, it's tough when she falls into you, and it's tough on him when she yanks him back. And so, you think there might be something you could do that might make that easier.
Fern,
Yeah?
you make everybody else smaller.
What do you mean?
Well, can't you change our forms and just make it easier just to latch onto me and hide in the coat as I just climb?
So Rylar was like, well, why isn't, you guys can help me. I'll figure it out. You don't have to do that.
And Philip goes, Miss Fern is a druid. She can wild shape into an animal that can easily climb this mountain like a goat or something.
I was thinking about that already. And I already looked up the stats.
Of a mountain goat?
Yeah, when I was like, I'm just being nosy, literally, mountain goat.
That's awesome.
So, I could totally turn into a mountain goat. Because I totally know what they look like and stuff, right?
Yeah. So all of you thinking about this realize that if she turns into a mountain goat, you're not going to have to, she's going to be climbing an advantage all the time with the stats of the mountain goat. And with his strength as the anchor at the top, and you're doing pretty good yourself, you can make up any deficiency Rylar has. If he slips and falls, you guys will be able to catch him every time. Again, you're not sheer climbing yet. There are times when you're having to, climb up. There are some climb up parts, climbing and then crawling and then hiking up the hill and then moving around rocks and, using the smaller trees and vegetation to help pull you up and stuff like that.
What's the wind like currently right here?
In this area, you can hear the wind, but so in the kind of spring-like weather area of the howling forest, the wind sounded accentuated because it was hitting the edge of the trees, creating an interesting audio effect. In the summer heat area of the Banshee Hollow, the sound was amplified in certain areas by the wind. But now that you're in the Deceptive Steppes, which basically low-lying vegetation, kind of a tundra-esque area, it's high enough up you guys feel wind coming down, but it's natural wind. This isn't that thing up there. You're sure it's going on up there, but there's nothing for you to visualize or audially to know, because its thickness and its speed are so high that it are so, you know, that it basically is almost like a thing unto itself. So it's not even part of what you're experiencing. So for example, if you didn't have the natural wind coming down this area, it would be totally silent, despite, you know, a good 60 feet off the surface of the mountain. There's this insane blanket of, like, I don't know, level 6 hurricane winds. Like, you can't even, like, tornado style winds just shearing down the mountain.
Yep.
And of course, during all this, Fern has noticed that almost no flying creatures seem to live on the mountain. There are a few that kind of stay, you know, like some flying squirrels you've seen in the forest, but you know, don't see. They're not real flyers, right? They just jump and glide. Ha! How cute. So, all right.
So we've got some edges running around, huh?
Yeah, it keeps. So it keeps getting colder though. Like the autumn seems to be giving way towards, you know, where you see the snowy blizzard up ahead. I need you all to, you know, roll me another check for the second hour.
But I'm gonna be a mountain goat though, right?
I mean, do you transform? I'm assuming you did.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then, yeah, it really just comes down. I actually rather rolled pretty well this time. I got lucky.
I turned into a mountain goat.
What did you look at the stats on? Are there 5e stats for a mountain goat?
So there's like some self-published, I guess, mountain goat stats, but but there's just a regular like goat stat in D&D Beyond. And it just says sure-footed. The goat has advantage on strength and dexterity saving throws made against effects that would knock it prone. But it doesn't give much else after that.
Well, I'd say that it gives you advantage for any kind of climbing. You also are not slowed down by rough terrain, you know. So, I mean, if you've seen what a mountain goat can do, you're like, yeah, there's no...
Oh, I've seen videos of some mountain goats that they're wild. But because it's a mountain goat, would I not be as affected by the weather?
Well, none of you are affected by the weather that much. Right now, it's not extreme. Like I said, it's like autumn. So, as a mountain goat, I would suppose, I mean, your character, it's not much different than your character. No, not really. I mean, you kind of wear, you know. So, I mean, maybe you're a little warmer as a mountain goat because their body is used to colder temperatures.
Strong.
But now, I will say that you will have a little bit more resistance to colder weather farther up you go. But then there might be points up ahead where even a mountain goat would have a problem with the weather. So,
valid.
But so what was the roll everybody got?
20.
Okay.
24.
26 and 21.
Okay. The DC for this area was only a 15. But you think that it's going to take a couple more hours to make your way through the deceptive steps up to the next area. So, but this might be a good place to. I mean, I mean, it's up to you actually. No, I guess you still have. This would be mid-afternoon. Yeah, keep going.
Roll again.
I was gonna say because at the village we were there for an hour.
Yeah.
The next spot it was 2 hours.
This spot, yeah.
So we're now on. So we're about 6 hours in.
Did you guys want to take a short rest as we did in real life say you do a short rest to eat and eat rations. By the way, what did you do as far as food goes on the way up the mountain? You what did you?
We always have rations. We always prep rations.
How many rations did you prep? I mean, I'm assuming that you prepped a few days worth, so that's okay.
Yeah.
We've
So
always
did you
would
want to
have
have
prepped.
stop? We'll just say that you guys stopped and had your lunch. Is there any chatting you wanted to do about this place?
Well, as far as rations go, when we were back in town before we headed off to finish up
Oh
whatever
yeah,
we did.
they hooked you up with everything you need.
Yeah, they
remember?
hooked us up with everything that we needed, and I kind of like stored a bunch of it in my tavern. A lot of the food is in the tavern.
Oh, some of the extra food is in the tavern? Okay. All right.
That way it's not weighing down and taking up space in the bag of holding.
Okay. But you do have the primary rations in his bag of holding.
Yeah, it would have been enough rations.
Or the handy haversack. Like there's.
Okay.
It would have been enough rations for the day because, eventually we're going to make our way into my tavern.
I think it would be, you would have done more than a day.
Yeah, probably
For
3
the,
days.
just to yeah. All right. So go ahead and make me your next 2 hours climb checks.
I already did mine. 24 again.
Oh, it was when you say the next round, is this technically the first of the two? Because I would imagine we would have, before she shapeshift, we'd probably have eaten, and then as we're moving forward.
Yeah. You guys had your,
Okay.
So Rylar keeps slipping and falling. This is tough for him. Even with the +1 I'm giving him for not carrying his shield. I mean, he's just not an athletic type.
Even with the guidance?
Even with the guidance. I mean, he only has
And the bardic inspiration?
yeah. Oh, you're going to give him a bardic inspiration?
Yeah, I get my bardic inspirations back after a short
Yes.
or a long
Sadly,
rest.
this first check, he rolled really badly, so he still falls. So go ahead and roll me a save check for him.
Dexterity?
No, just your athletics check again to see if you brace him.
Oh, yeah. That's a 28.
Okay. I mean, you guys are doing what you can.
Ray is showing strength.
Mm-hmm. All right, you keep going, guys.
That's a 19, by the way.
Okay. All right. The fourth hour. Basically, this area, Deceptive Steps, takes 4 hours. The morning area. The morning is gone, and now the afternoon is gone. By the time you're done with the Deceptive Steps, keep going.
28.
No.
Okay. Rather rolled a nat 20 this time. Okay. What'd you get there, Fern?
11.
11?
Is that with
As a boat?
advantage?
Yeah.
That's with
And
advantage.
the bar and the guidance.
Okay.
And a
What
bardic inspiration?
stats does the goat get for athletics?
You only get the +1 to strength.
Yeah, but he would have a proficiency in it. So I would say whatever your proficiency
But
is.
So
Okay.
it'd be +3
Okay.
or +2.
So it's 10.
No. It's more than that. You guys are level
Well,
17. What's your proficiency?
My proficiency is
Yeah. It's a 4, isn't it?
yeah.
6. No.
Yeah. So
adding.
Or 6. Sorry. Yeah, but proficiency bonus is a +6.
your proficiency
So I would
is
use
a
my-
6 at level 17? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you get to, even though you're in that form, when you're doing skill checks, you get to add your proficiency bonus to whatever the creature is.
Good. That is lovely. Okay. So that changes it. So
Is athletics a is athletics a class skill for you? Or did you pick it as one of your skills?
no.
Then she can't add her proficiency bonus.
I'm telling you that when you're in a wild-shaped form and you're making a skill check, you can add your proficiency bonus to the skill check of the animal if it would be something that is there. You know what I'm saying? So a
Yeah.
goat athletics would be its primary skill. Maybe it's probably its only
Oh,
skill.
okay.
So yeah.
Then add your +6.
Yeah.
16.
Just got there. Just a little more than better. Just a little bit better than
Just
than
enough.
me. Yeah. All right.
I'm not used to being a goat.
Yes.
The hooves are weird.
Mm-hmm.
25 and 18, for the record.
Okay.
Both
of you fine still, obviously.
Double lot 12s.
But now it's noticeably colder, and up ahead it's nothing but thick, deep snow, sloped upward at an angle, and swirling winds that seem to get thicker and thicker. And you think a couple hours ahead is a blizzard.
Bust out the cold weather gear, everybody.
Yeah, or spells if you have some sort of resist elements type spells.
I don't have anything like that.
What is she doing?
She's buying.
She's buying.
But it's not actually
Oh.
showing up. We're not hearing her.
She's
She's just really loud, everybody.
Yeah, she's peeking when
Yeah.
she buys.
That's so weird.
But that's a sheep that buys.
Think of a goat sound. Except screaming.
Yeah, goats are screamers.
Please don't. Please don't.
Okay, all right. What you doing over there, Lorkris? I see you looking intently at something.
I'm just looking to see if I have anything that can assist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Closest I have would be resistance, and that's just adding to a saving throw. That doesn't have any resistance to elements. Because these aren't saving throws, these are checks.
This part is checks, correct? That's true.
Yeah.
But once you start getting into elements, then that might be different. You don't make checks against the elements, you make saving throws against the elements. So keep that in mind. How long does resistance last if you gave it to somebody?
1 minute.
So
Yeah.
I gotcha. All right. So the cold weather gear I'll say it gives you advantage on resistance checks to cold.
Okay.
Yes, question.
Would I then either have immunity to cold or double resistance because I'm naturally resistant to cold as a mountain boy?
Okay, I'm not talking about your character.
I'm just making sure.
Right, yeah. No, it
You
doesn't
know
give
what?
you
This is-
immunity or
there
double
are some
resistance. It doesn't
magical
actually
anomaly.
affect your character at all. You just already have resistance to the cold.
Though I will point out, since this is, though, a natural thing, I wouldn't be surprised if it was also tied into some magical type of anomaly. Even though the cold or the snow isn't magic in itself, it wouldn't shock me that it would be different. Like, just as a player, just speculating. We're on a magic mountain, man. Like, we have howling winds that aren't touching us, so I wouldn't be shocked if, like, no, the cold's gonna affect you.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know? Yeah.
For now, though, I'll say this, that there's no such thing as double advantage, right? Obviously. But I will say that when you have the cold weather gear on, it's kind of uncomfortably warm for your character. But once you get into harsher conditions, it's entirely possible that... I will say that for your character, it will give you immunity to harsh conditions. Unless you were like, on the surface of Mars or Pluto or something. To certain temperatures, you will be immune.
What does Pluto mean?
Yeah. All right. So I shall describe to you. Now this area, I'm going to have you guys all roll me your spot check, because you definitely can see that the area is giving way to a new area that's
Perception.
basically feels like the icy, snowy wilds of winter. So go ahead and roll me a perception check.
14.
26.
Or is it? Do we take our passive perception if?
Well, yeah, it's always going to be taking your passive as a minimum.
Okay, then my passive is a 22.
Okay. Jesus. Okay.
26.
That's your passive, or you rolled that?
I rolled that.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, it'd be 22.
You all noticed that you accidentally passed a rock that you thought was just a rock, but now you look back down, and from this angle, you realize it's one of those signs again. So it's not far back. It's just 50 feet back, and so you go check it out and pull some of the ice and snow that's built up on it, and sure enough, this one's called the Icy Ascent, and that's what This is where the snow-covered steps give way to deeper snow, steeper climbs, and icy winds. What kind of terrifies you now isn't just that you can tell that it goes up at a steep angle and slope through deep snow now, and then it looks like there's a bit of a plateau up ahead, but that's where the blizzard is. And then beyond the blizzard, it gets really steep.
Druid, what color goat are you?
White.
No. I am like a patchy brown tan. And then there's clumps of like how my hair has moss and stuff and sticks and everything. And like my little horns have like a spiral of green.
Okay. All right.
So
I just wanted
basically,
to
you're a
make
white
sure
goat
what
that's
color
rolled in
she
some
was,
mud.
because we don't want to lose her in the snow if she's white.
And what was it you said there, Fate?
Oh, it's like she's a white goat that's rolled in some mud.
Okay.
Okay.
All the
I
soup.
just want to make sure we don't lose Fern.
All right. So this one's
Because, she can kind of wander off.
This is basically, you've reached this point, and it's kind of right at the edge of the afternoon, early evening. Typically when you travel, when you think about your life, right, you don't go to bed right at the end of evening. You go to the bed at the end of evening, right? Or excuse me, you don't go to bed at the beginning of evening. You go at the end. But you're not quite to dusk. You're a little bit before dusk, but you're pretty sure you're going to have to travel through the Icy Ascent dusk and evening. But it's up to you if you want to. Based upon the distance that you think you have to travel, you don't feel like you're making very, very much progress. The mountain still seems daunting and huge, and you're kind of a little bit scared that you're not making good progress. But it's up to you if you want to camp here, or if you want to press on through the evening.
Group vote. Who wants to camp?
Press on.
Might as well keep going.
All right, keep going. Rylar, are you okay? You gonna be okay?
Oh yeah, it's super cold here, but I'm fine.
How dark is it? Is it
It's
starting
like I
to get
said,
dark yet?
it's right before
Just making
dusk,
sure.
so it's not dark. It's still light out.
Okay.
And the sun is
Let me
actually behind you guys in the distance. It's just kind of there's some obscure clouds in this area. It's kind of cloudy right above, and then so the sun kind of you can see sun rays shooting through the clouds and stuff.
Don't
Let me
worry,
know when it gets
Rylar.
dark.
You'll have a nice warm beverage soon. Make you some hot chocolate.
All right, Romy, you think this is going to take another 4 hours through this area? Well, 2 hours through this part. You're not sure about the blizzard, so
Athletics?
yeah.
Pretty mid.
30.
30! I also got 30!
Hey, Rylar rolled
rolled
a
a
1
natural
and a
20.
1. So not only does he slip and fall, but he slips and falls and causes a small little rock slide,
You mean a small little avalanche?
or a little avalanche of snow, ice, and rocks. And it's gonna be, what was your roll?
30.
Wow, and you got a what?
30.
And he got
The 27.
and Gore got a
19.
Okay, you're still you guys are fine. Basically, Poor Rylar. He feels.
That's a 22.
You can tell he's feeling
to,
sad and stuff that he's slowing you guys down.
That's a 22 for my dexterity. No, not a 22. That's a 21 for my athletics.
You help get him back on his feet and press on. Make the second check.
And I tell Rylar, it's like, it's okay, Rylar.
He motivates himself and does much better on this next.
Philip
next
believes
hour.
in you, right, Philip? Right, Philip?
$33.
20.
Your DC for this part of the area is a 17, just so you know.
Just barely with Guar.
Okay, all right. So
Guar got a 17.
All of you made it
Guar
this
gets
time.
the guidance too.
Yeah.
Since it's a cantrip.
That's true.
Well,
To start rolling an extra D4 for Guar.
Guidance
Okay.
for Guar too. Yeah.
Yes.
Unless you guys reach a point where you feel like some other option would be better, but in fact, the middle part
starting
of
to think
this icy ascent area flattens out a little, but now this is you're in the area where it's covered in a blizzard. The wind and cold are extreme, and they're starting to bite through even your cold weather gear. Lorkris doesn't have to do any kind of roll, but the rest of you are going to have to roll a survival check with advantage to keep from taking a D4 damage. Actually, a D6 damage every 10 minutes. No, a D4 damage every 10 minutes.
Survival with advantage?
Yeah. Luckily, Rylar has a really good survival, so it's fine.
That's a 16.
He may not be able to stay standing up, but he can lie there and and survive. What'd you get there, Fern? What'd you get?
16.
16?
16.
Is that with the?
Yeah, I only have an 8 to my survival.
And that's with the
With advantage,
guidance?
I rolled an 8. Oh, no, with guidance? 20.
Okay, that's
No,
better.
sorry. 18.
What'd you get, Fern?
33.
Oh wow. And Guar?
Guar,
He's got a warm white wolf fur coat. I'll give him advantage too.
oh, okay. I mean, I rolled a natural 16 on the die,
Oh,
and
okay,
then a
right.
2 on the D4.
He's fine.
Yeah.
But it's cold. It's awful. You barely got there. So that's gonna be, and it's gonna take. I don't want to have you guys roll a crap ton of times. I'll just roll it that one time for the hour. That's fine. You're able to resist the elements for this hour. It's gonna take another hour through the blizzard area. So go ahead and roll that for me again.
So the cold survival.
Yeah, the
check.
survival, and then we'll do the climb.
Wait, what are we rolling first?
You're rolling advantage
Survival.
for the survival check.
Yeah, survival check first.
And yeah, everybody except Lorkris rolls.
Guar got a natural 15 and a 2, and then plus proficiency.
This cold weather gear that was left here by, very likely Lorkris's
31.
people was impressive. It's actually doing a good job. How much?
31.
All right. So the DC was again 17. So if you got a 17, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that you have, go ahead. Yeah.
As we're kind of in it, I look over at Emillynn. Emillynn, do you happen to have an extra cold weather coat?
How many did we find?
By the way, you'd be yelling this at
Right.
her. Well, no, it's in your head. Never mind. You'd be telepathically talking about it, and well, yeah, of course.
When I asked if there was enough
You
for
did
everyone.
say that you would take some extras. You literally said that. So
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Can you hand me one?
It's
So I'm
going to
like,
be tough to pull one out of the bag. Have you roll a athletics check to pull it out and hand it to him.
Who, me?
Yeah, with advantage.
Advantage. That is a 23.
All right. The wind almost yanks it out of your hand, but you able to get it to him, and he's able to. I'm assuming you're going to put it around Guar or something.
yeah, I'm gonna rip the arms off, and I'm like,
Put a little doggy
Like, come here,
coat on.
yeah, throw a little doggy coat on him.
That's so cute.
Just don't put any little booties on him.
Yeah. Because we'd hate that. All right.
Yeah.
Guar would hate you
then
forever.
Yeah, so I'll like quickly undo the harness, put his legs in there, and then I'll wrap the harness around so it kind of underneath him.
And I'm gonna argue because husky dogs, when they do the racing, the sled racing, they wear little boots to keep the snow from between their toes.
That's true.
Well, you know what? You can think of that when we get back to Misty City, and that could be your crown glory. I don't know what that means now.
Yeah, I think that could be your new industry that you start, right? All right.
But Guar
Husky
is
dog
not
racing.
used to wearing shoes.
That is also very true.
So that's why I was saying don't put booties on Guar, because he's going to be like...
He is looking rather stressed, though. He's happy you give him this thing, but he's looking kind of stressed. He's more fearful. He's actually more fearful than a regular wolf would be, because inside he's a little boy.
It's the child.
Yeah. So, but he's doing okay. He trusts you. He believes in you, and you guys make it. Go ahead.
I will. For knowing that he's feeling a little bit like that, I'm gonna because with that harness it's attached to me, so if Guar slips, he's connected. I'm gonna shorten that just a little bit to kind of bring it a little bit closer, knowing like you are close to me, like for sure, not by a whole lot, but just like.
Gotcha. All right. So.
And Miss Ray will do her best to catch him too.
Yeah. The irony is now that so this area, the icy ascent is a 6-hour climb area. You already did the first two, which was the colder part, the icy, snowy part. And then you did the blizzard part. You've made your way out of the blizzard. You're like, holy crap, we need to find some shelter. This is getting awful. But then you make your way out of the blizzard, where it's no longer flattened now, but now rising above you. You're kind of shocked because the blizzard, it just kind of, it's raging below you, and it's just, you can hear the wind, but now where you're at, you don't feel any wind. Instead, you just see sheer icy rocks. This is just a straight up, like, professional rock climbing area where only the best of the best would, like climbing up Mount Everest area. So the blizzard dies out higher up, but this is because the cloud ring is clearing out into the eye area here. And also this is where the mountain itself is the sheerest. So, and it's dark now.
Oh, it's dark now?
Wait.
It's dark now.
Wait, what?
You do take note, though. Something surprises you as you stare into the darkness up ahead, and you see the mountain. Because the eye ring is gone, is there. Yes, it's dark because it's night, but of course, Radiant Mountain still has that bright, freaking searchlight shooting up into the sky, and it illuminates the top of the mountain in a glow. And so you see the sheerness of the icy rocks above. And even more interestingly enough, you see quite a ways up. It's not obviously all the way up to the summit, but there's a point up at the top where you think there's a plateau you could reach, and you see a light streaming out of the rock, as if there was a small cave shelter up there somewhere that's only being illuminated because light is flickering out of it. It's a bluish light.
Is it the same color, the same blue glow?
I'm kidding about it being a bluish light. It looks like couldn't help myself. It's but it is. It looks like the flicker of some sort of light coming from what you think is a cave. It's pretty far up though. It would take. You think it's going to take a couple hours of? No, you think it'll take 3 more hours of climbing to reach that precipice?
Is there a sign anywhere here?
Nope.
Nope.
I mean, you're in the fourth area of the mountain up to this
Into
point.
the thick of it.
What was that?
Huh?
Into the thick of it.
So team vote. Do we want to rest? Or do we want to keep going?
The cave looks like it's a potentially a shelter area, some sort of secret shelter.
But it's a sheer cliff.
It's a sheer cliff.
Yeah.
But I mean,
You think it'll take?
we're still in the deceptive steps.
No. You passed this
we're
episode a
past
long
that.
time ago. You're in the icy ascent now,
Oh, the icy ascent. Okay.
Yeah.
and so you think it'll take 3 hours of climbing to make it to that spot.
Everybody
But-
break out your climbing gear.
That area up there, you're thinking to yourself, well, everything else around that is very sheer and rocky and icy and snowy, and you don't think you're like, you don't see how anybody could continue any further beyond that. But it's also where the mountain is coming to a point, and you're from this distance, you think there's a plateau at the summit where the light is shooting up from the center of the plateau, but you don't see how you could even get there, other than that
It's through the cave.
that cave. Yeah.
Gotta go through the cave. You guys want to break? And try again in the morning, or keep going?
I mean, it's effectively roughly like 7 p.m. right now. There's enough light illuminating everything from the radiance of the top of the mountain that you can see just fine.
Can
Let's keep
Fern-
going.
Can Fern climb up as a goat?
In this instance, she would need to be something else like a monkey or I don't know, something that can climb. Like, yeah, mountain goats can do some crazy kinds of climbing, but this is an instance where there'll be times where you'll be hanging sheer, and there'll be times where you'll probably be hanging upside down on this climb. So it's
So
going
you
to be
need to be
something
a
even a goat
spider.
couldn't do. Yeah, that's true. A spider
She
could
has to
easily
be a
do it.
spider.
Okay, yeah. D&D 5e giant spider.
The only negative of that is that if she turns into a giant spider, there's no easy way to tie a rope around her, especially with the way that spider's anatomy is. You would potentially injure her.
Chopping off my butt or something.
Breaking your back effectively, yeah.
I mean, she can climb up
How-
herself, and then the three of us and Guar can.
Guar is not going to be able to climb this.
Yeah, no. How high? So you say it's going to take about 3 hours, but how high up is it, give or take? Do we know?
Yeah, probably 600 feet.
Never mind.
So I need to polymorph Guar into something a little smaller, and we need to put him in a backpack.
He looks scared at you when you say that, because he's nervous about that. Of course, you all have done it before. You turned him into a smaller version of himself.
I'm gonna 100% just be like, can we just make Guar tiny and bundle him in a blanket in the backpack, and it's just fucking Diablo 4.
Diablo 4 with the little puppies. I like it. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
If the sizzling bread is still here, he would totally dig that. I don't know if he
Oh,
ended up
yeah,
getting
100%.
the wolf pup.
Oh, that little
Yeah.
wolf pup is so cute.
That was the only good thing, good memory I have of that. No, I'm just kidding. I actually liked my Sork.
No.
I liked my Sork, and I liked the good times we had during the early parts.
I will say the memories I have of Diablo 4 are fond and good because of the interaction we had amongst ourselves and with the community.
Yep.
And
100%.
I will leave it at that.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I logged on a little bit yesterday and played some Diablo 4.
No way. Wow. What did it feel like?
Compared to my previous computer, it was so different. I was like, I checked my settings. I was like, oh my God, everything's running on ultra.
What did the gameplay feel like?
It felt so smooth.
No, I meant like the character, you know.
Oh, I logged in with my my necromancer.
Mm-hmm. And
And
did it
yeah,
feel any different? Have they made any changes? Or
Oh,
difference?
I was playing on the Eternal server, so.
Oh,
I
you're
didn't-
playing with your turn. Oh,
Yeah, I was
okay,
playing
gotcha.
with my Eternal character.
Yeah. That's the only way I play anymore. We
It's
should
like,
do that
I don't
sometime
have
just
enough-
for nostalgia.
It's like I just want to log in and see what it was
I'll have
like.
to re-download
I'll make
it.
a different character later, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to reinstall it as well. Yeah.
So I'd like to recommend that Rylar,
Mm.
you know I love you, right, bud?
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I'm
Cool.
kind of scared.
Get in my
guys.
backpack.
I don't know how I can go farther.
Get in my backpack.
What?
You're getting in my backpack.
We're gonna tie you to
Yeah.
Lorkris
Yeah, make them
on the back.
I don't think
So, yeah,
I'm a bit too big to fit in your backpack, buddy.
Fern, you can handle that.
What?
Above table, transform Rylar into something small that will fit in the backpack with
I
Guar.
don't have anything prepared to do that. I checked, but I didn't do it because I'm going to be a monkey.
Oh, so you're gonna be a monkey instead of a spider?
Yeah, because it has climb stats.
Oh, you don't have to worry about the
Can I-
climb stats. If you're a spider, you can walk up sheer surfaces without having to roll the check.
All I have is polymorph, but a polymorph is a concentration spell.
Hmm.
And lasts for an hour.
So
Okay.
you're gonna turn me into something?
Well, I guess not.
You hear
and then we can't-
Guar whining, and he goes, and he whines to get your attention.
Yeah.
And he looks at you, and he goes, he kind of rears like this, and he's like, you kind of get the sense empathically with him that he thinks he might be able to try to transform into one of his other shapes again. Remember, he used to shape change, and he could shape change into a smaller version of himself like he used to could.
Used to good?
Yeah.
Come on,
Okay.
Guar, you can do it.
Good
Okay.
boy.
He's like, he nods his head that he'll try, but he looks at you for help.
Looks at who for help.
All of you guys, like, can someone help? Like, he doesn't know, if he needs what someone can do for help. But Rylar's like, well,
If Miss Ray's gonna turn me into something, which sounds really weird. Although it's fun being the bird, I guess I could be something like that. I don't know.
You
At
want to
any
be
rate,
a little puppy?
I can help out him. I can help him out if you want.
You want to be a little puppy?
who, me?
Rylar, yes. Well, not like a puppy, like maybe a wolf.
So,
Uh-huh.
so hang on. Kind of just like I don't know the line of which the like meta game versus like character knowledge, but if you're saying polymorph only has an hour,
Yeah.
like he's gonna
Concentration.
immediately shift in the middle of climbing and potentially at like an inopportune time.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, can I pull a Princess Bride with Rylar? Yeah.
What?
When Andre the Giant has everyone attached to him, and he's just because I am mountain born, I can carry, and my strength is a 24. Like I really shouldn't have an issue with carrying Rylar. Now I will argue against my own statement, being like, well, this is an icy sheer cliff. You get that?
But
But
you
you're
also
going to
have
have
the
to use the
pitons.
climbing gear for sure. The
Yeah.
pitons,
Yeah,
the
totally.
ropes, everything.
Totally.
Because you're going to be
Totally.
carrying both Rylar and Guar. Oh,
Well, as the pup, he doesn't have to carry
Yeah.
the Guar. One of you two can. Oh well, wait. That was me.
I would
It's like
rather
Fern,
no.
Fern
No, I'm
can't
carrying
because
Guar.
she's turning into a spider. I'd have to carry Guar in a backpack.
I mean, I could probably. I don't know how I feel about that. Like yeah.
I mean, you can put Rylar on your back and Guar on your front.
Just shove him in your shirt.
Do the gloves of climbing, swimming and climbing require attunement?
Remember, I'm not a big fan of attunement, no.
Just making sure, because I know some things do, and I just want to be clear. So if they give an additional plus, if I'm going to be carrying Guar and Rylar, it would make sense for me to hang on to them. It'd just give myself that much more of an advantage to climbing.
That will make it much tougher for her, though, who's not the best climber.
That's right.
I was gonna say.
So, good point. And,
Well, I'll say that we got to say this in character.
Wait,
Let's
wait,
get
wait.
back into role playing. And
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
How far
Yeah.
from the bottom of where we're at to where that cave is?
As I explained, it's a ways up
it's
and
like-
to the left, and it's going to be roughly
Like
600 feet.
Yeah.
Let me check something.
I'm also gonna check something. Hold on.
I mean, what's the wind like up here? It's practically non-existent, right?
Where you're at right now, you're not feeling
Yeah.
the blizzard wind, but you
Uh-huh.
instinctively know that
Yeah.
the blanket wind absolutely is still in effect. You just feel it in your gut. Your intuition tells you it's still there. So there's a ceiling effectively. And when it's sheer, you're guessing that ceiling probably shrinks.
Because I mean, almost
Five-
arguably,
less.
What?
if
Dimension door. I was gonna be like, I dimension door up there, but dimension door is only 500 feet. This he said it's 600 feet.
Philip said, well, you could figure out a way to get partway there and then dimension door the rest of the way.
That's true.
And if we fall, oh, but that'll be in spider form. I was gonna say if we start falling and stuff, I could always reverse gravity save us.
above table. The reason why I asked about how high it was, I'm like, I wonder if Fern could just do reverse gravity and just.
Like, just a second, let me check.
Well, we get about 100 feet up, and when you can take Rylar up there, Fern would be fine climbing as a
Spider?
yeah, and you can just wait for me.
I think Fern's a cute spider. But yes, I could do that.
So Philip goes, well, you know, if Miss Fern can turn into a spider, but it's a big one, you could always just strap Guar to her. He doesn't even have to make climb check with the spider, right? She climbs into your wall.
How much rope do we have?
Well, each climbing kit had 50 feet of rope.
Yeah, each kit has 50 feet of rope. You would have grabbed. You said you grabbed 2 extra kits, so you have what? 2?
I would've
you have
grabbed a kit for
400
everybody.
feet, right? So 50. Yeah, 4 of you at 50 feet is 200 feet. And you would have grabbed another 2, so 300 feet of
So
rope.
it's 3. Okay. I'm trying to think. Would it make sense for actually Emillynn, for you to take me up there after roughly the halfway point, lower down the rope, and I just.
So unfortunately, the way the rock, there are parts that are
right, 'cause
sheer and parts
some
that are
of it-
up.
yeah,
and it
no,
reaches out.
got a
You're
good
gonna
point.
have to basically go up and over and up and over to get to it.
Yeah, nope. As soon as you're like, well, I'm like, nope. I remember there's. Yeah. Free climb. Okay. I mean, I like the idea of you taking Rylar up there. You take Guar.
Wait.
And I'll climb next to you so you are not alone.
Rylar's like, wait, who's gonna take me up there?
I'm not strong enough to carry him.
No, get 100 feet up and then Dimension Door.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
So you
Are
would
you
carry
strong
him
enough
that
to even
100
carry me
feet.
100 feet?
No.
Well, how long do we think it'll take to go 100 feet?
And so I'll let you guys roll your survival checks to determine that. Because and Rylar will roll that too.
I don't know. With a 10.
I know exactly. I'm very familiar with how to climb mountains. I rolled a natural 20.
Oh.
What is up with your natural 20s tonight?
All right. So both you and Rylar think that if she does well on her, she seems pretty skilled. Yeah, she's not super strong, but she seems pretty skilled. She thinks that you can make 100 feet in just under an hour.
Shapeshift him into a giant spider. He climbs alongside, and then pow! You guys, Dimension Door. With some swiftness.
What about you?
I'm just gonna be a giant spider.
Oh, you're talking about the polymorph.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
I mean, it would take me under an hour. Yeah, I could definitely polymorph Rylar, carry him up, and then try and dimension door the rest of the way. Wait for you guys.
Philip goes, Pope, just bringing this up, spitballing. This place has been kind of weird so far. Do we have a backup plan? Because if we get up there and something doesn't work the way we think it's going to work, we don't want to be in a bad spot.
That's true. We don't know what this area could do if I do try and dimension door.
Do you want me to just spider climb up there really fast? Because I could be a spider for like 8 hours. I could scout ahead.
I mean, couldn't you just send Chonkapillar?
Chonkapillar?
Just have him stick real close to the...
Jonkerbird's like, meep, meep, meep. He seems to be completely unaffected by the weather, so.
Chonkapillar.
It's funny that we brought him up. We've been kind of forgetting all about him all the time.
Because he was out of sight, out of mind,
Yeah. Of course, because of his weight and his size, he can't help as far as like carrying a rope or anything, but he can scout for you.
Yeah.
Will you go scout for us, Chonkapillar?
Of course, he wants to help you, so sure.
Will you stick close to make sure that you don't go away from the side of the mountain too far, or you're going to be yeeted to the bottom of the mountain, and that is not going to be okay with me. So.
He sounds. You feel him feeling scared when you say that, but he says he'll be careful.
But that's only because I don't want to be apart from you. Because you're important, and I would be very upset if I watched you get yeeted off of the side of the mountain, okay? Which form would you prefer?
I know he's got Chonkapillar.
Dragonfly.
He's got the dragonfly. He's got the moth. What's the
The strong.
and the butterfly? The
And then the
butterfly is
butterfly.
probably not the best choice. Probably the dragonfly.
Would be the best choice.
Right.
All right, and I just like, okay, Chonkapillar, are you ready? And I just like toss him towards Rylar to be booped.
All right,
face first to Rylar.
He
So it's just
boops into
Chonkapillar.
Rylar and instantly turns into a dragonfly, and says,
we go check
you
out the
get the
cave.
sense that he thought that was really fun and funny. And then he flies
just
up there.
throw.
Yeah, and he flies up there and you can see that he's testing the weather. He's like, you could tell he feels really cold. He's like,
I'm going.
Sorry, he doesn't. He's not affected by the weather, so he's not feeling cold. So go ahead. You're going to what?
So I can focus up for 1 minute. I can see and hear through his eyes for
Is this
up
a
to
spell or an
100
ability?
feet away. No, this is the ability that you gave me for Chonka Pillar.
So you're gonna use clairvoyance to look through him while help. Okay. So as he goes and scouts ahead,
100 feet, right?
he experiments a little bit and goes up to a little bit higher, and you can tell that he can sense the air currents. He kind of sways back and forth, and you're watching this, and you're like, "What's he doing?" And then, you feel what he's doing. He's trying to sense where that ceiling is, at least on the ground area, and you find it roughly 65 feet up. And then, as he goes over and flies towards the sheer mountain cliff face, where that your guys are going to have to climb, he starts doing the same thing. And you can tell he can feel the air currents, and he kind of dips his tail out a little
booty?
bit. Yeah, his little tail. And he gets too close and almost it scares himself. But he basically determines that it's kind of nerve-wracking because there's only about a 15-foot gap from the sheer wall to the wind wall. And he keeps going. He flies his way up there. He notes that something you can't. He and you note that there's something you can't see from the angle where you guys are at. That there's this point where after you've gone up this one sheer part, and then basically have to underclimb this one rock around. You thought you'd be able to just kind of sheer climb around and up, but there's a huge gap that looks like somebody's going to have to make a cross to get to that other rocky crag to make it up the sheer flight, the final area to get up to that cave. So it's going to be a little harder than you thought, but it's doable. And at least because of that gap, there's a larger gap of air to the wind wall. But you're pretty confident that if you all are careful, the spider, with its height, it's going to have to crawl kind of squished. It doesn't want to. I mean, it's not 15 feet tall, so it shouldn't be an issue. But, yeah. I mean, what kind of spider do you choose to turn into? Because you have to think in terms of the cold weather too.
I pulled up the giant spider stats.
Mm-hmm.
Is there do cave spiders have resistance? Hold on.
Well, yeah, I'll say that if you think of a cave spider and you transform yourself into a cave spider, that'll be fine. All right. So your plan is to turn into a spider and take the rope up and potentially. But there are going to be places where you're going to basically have to create a rope bridge or a rope, hanging rope thing for people, and then you're going to have to cross that gap and then go up. So yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Because spiders have the web attack,
Mm-hmm.
and the webs are sticky and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it would be difficult to be stuck, but at least you're stuck to the mountain with could I use webbing as a way to be able to help them navigate?
Unfortunately, it will not make it easier. It will make it harder. They would be at disadvantage on climbing, not advantage.
Okay.
I'm glad you thought you asked.
I like the idea though. Yeah, no, that's
It
a
was
solid
you
idea.
were trying to think outside the box, and I always
Blocks.
appreciate that. The blocks, yes.
Yeah, Roblox.
The box. So, it sounds to me like the plan you guys have come up with is that we're going to try and have Fern go as spider form and try and find places that are good for Lorkris to climb and set up a piton rope, climbing thing, right? And then Go ahead. What?
Can I leave just a spider trail, just that they could, so there's a visual follow?
Well,
Could I do that?
you
To
could
help
leave
just,
little
like-
splotches of the webbing if you wanted to. If you leave a trail of webbing, then it'll be a problem. But if you kind of mark a spot by a little splotch of webbing, that could work.
Okay.
And so your plan is to have her do that to get up there. And then, then the other idea, I believe, was to see if you can get Guar to go down into puppy form. You're going to carry him on your backpack, right? You're going to you're going to try polymorphing Rylar into a spider so he can climb up next to you, and then you're going to try and dimension door the two of you over. But the backup plan is that he's going to create the rope bridge for you guys. And then, you'll have to come up with a plan after that.
If we fall, I could reverse gravity catch us all.
But you're in spider.
But I would no longer be a giant spider.
Well, the other problem is that it's tall, but you're kind of at that cusp where you're almost at the point where you may not be able to pull the spell off before you hit the ground, because a spell is 6 seconds. There's 6 seconds in a round, right?
Yeah.
But you're not that tall. You're not like at the upper height of it. You would have enough distance, but at 500 feet or less, there's not quite enough distance. Like you would fall so fast that you wouldn't be able to pull off the spell. Well, let me think. I would say half the distance is where it becomes too short of a fall for you to pull off a spell in 6 seconds in the air.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming nobody has Featherfall.
Nope.
Who has Featherfall?
That's right. You guys have other methods of doing this. All right, so
Hold on, wait. Hold on. I do have. Never mind. Hold on, wait. Yeah, never mind. Just kidding. Carry on.
okay. So you can have Fern scouted out, and is she going to stay up there, or potentially she can stay in 8 hours, so she could potentially go down and hit and assist in spider form too. So,
Exactly.
All right. So
She would like scout ahead, then come back, and then scout ahead, and
Right. So you're going to scout ahead, mark off places that you think would be good for him to create the piton rope bridge thing, and then check out the cave. So you do that, and you guys watch her as she marks it. You're like standing there in the cold. Lorkris is unaffected by it. And she climbs up to the top of the ridge line, and there's just a small little ledge, like barely enough for the bunch of you to stand on. And it does go down deep into a cave. And you see the flicker of torchlight in the distance. And you think that the torchlight, because you've been, you're a high level experienced adventurer. You've been around magical continual flame enough that you've seen it. You think that somewhere in the cave in the distance, it's not a big cave, it's a small cave, but it does go kind of deep into the darkness. And there's a light towards the edge of the cave, and you think it's a torch, a continual flame torch. And so it's just got that kind of orange flicker. But you hesitate to go in by yourself. And you head back to the team, and you can't talk in your spider form, so.
can I telepathically?
Oh yeah, that's right.
still?
Never mind. I forgot about Rylar's telepathy. So
yeah.
you communicate with everybody, and let them know.
Just hear Fern all the way up there. She's like, "Oh, this is a great spot. This is a great spot. Right here, Lorkris, right here."
All right. Yeah, and Philip says, "Oh, I thought of something while you guys were watching her go up there, related to her question earlier."
What?
So yeah, you're right. You can't use her webbing to climb, right? To help you climb, it'll be harder. But couldn't she like lay a big ass web in that gap area, like a canopy if somebody falls and they fall into it?
Fern, Philip had the best idea.
Yeah?
And I'm gonna relay what Philip just said. Go back to that
You
gap.
forgot that Philip is in on the telepathic thing.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. He has been for a while. You must have
Oh.
forgot that part.
We all forgot that part.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I feel like in a way, because we're so used to, even though we've known that Philip is tangible, Emillynn often would relay
But you guys
information
have
from
literally
Philip.
had conversations with him. Remember, it was after the first beholder fight. You not only could you see him, but you could start communicating with him.
Yeah, we all thought it was verbally.
But in the
Yeah.
sense, like me forgetting that Philip's in on it, like if Emillynn is like, Philip had this great idea, it's like that would shock any of us.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. So you're
Yeah.
right, it still fits, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
So Fern
before-
would be like, yes, I heard it, Miss Ray.
Yeah, because before, like when they couldn't see or hear Philip,
Yeah.
You know,
You
like,
would have to relay.
little
So you're in the
tidbits.
habit of, yeah, always, yeah, okay.
guys, Philip came up with the best
Hi,
idea.
you guys.
So do you go to do that?
So I do that.
Okay.
I go do that. I make a nice little, I make and then I make an extra like person shape outline that's thicker in the web.
Okay.
So like they know where to aim their bodies if they.
It takes some extra time, but in doing so, you guys accomplish a lot. And yeah, let's just break it down simply here. Rather than go through a bunch of checks, okay? You guys planned well. You do your thing where you turn Rylar into a spider, and you get him. Of course, since he can walk, it's a much shorter time. It takes you an hour to climb over there, but between you and Lorkris helping each other, it's not hard at all. He's just following along, right? And but it's gonna take a bit too long for him to get all the way up to the top. So you then go over to him and touch him and try and use the dimension door. And sure enough, it's a good thing that you guys thought about this, because for whatever reason, your teleport spell, any kind of teleport spell, doesn't seem to work. Your dimension door just fizzles instantly. So you can't dimension door the two of you up. But you have this backup plan, which was to basically, I guess, well, what was the backup plan? Just kind of have Lorkris, carry the two of them.
Yeah.
So basically, it was going to be you were going to be rolling an advantage, but with Rylar attached to you, you're just straight rolls. So I'm going to have you roll 3 straight rolls to get you and Guar over, and I'm going to have you roll 3 straight rolls to get over.
Okay.
And they are, I will
imagine-
say this to you, even with the setup that you guys have done, each one is progressively harder than the last. The first one,
I imagine.
go ahead.
I imagine Guar is giving me guidance.
Yeah.
Guar?
Or not Guar, sorry, Rylar.
Yeah, Rylar's going to give you guidance since you're holding him. You're,
I can give myself guidance. I have guidance as a cantrip.
I don't think you can give yourself guidance. I think you can only give others guidance. So you'll give him guidance since he's helping you and you're helping him. And then Rylar will give you guidance. And you can also give bardic inspirations by just singing and getting everybody inspired.
Well, guidance is a touch spell. You touch one willing creature. Touch.
I know, but I just don't see, like, from my perspective in my worlds, the idea of guidance is that it's channeling through you to help somebody else. It
Okay.
seems a little cheesy that you can guidance yourself.
Well, I mean, 'cause,
Well,
like,
okay, no, you know what? Now I think about it. That's not true.
it's called like inspiring
Yeah,
yourself.
I mean,
going, okay,
yeah,
I can do
okay.
this.
All right. You're right. You're magically, mystically infusing. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
because I mean, if he climbs faster than I do, I can't guys, I need a guidance.
Well, it's not necessarily, he's going to stay with your pace, but at any rate, okay. Yes, you're going to get guidance and bardic inspirations, I'm assuming, for all 3 checks.
Yes. I can't give myself a bardic inspiration, so just Chris gets the bardic inspiration.
All right, the first area. This is the first sheer climb.
17.
That was exactly the DC. What did you get over there, big guy?
On the D20 and natural 14, so I'm good.
Okay. And
Plus,
Can
now,
just on a side note, can I just be like walking close to Miss Ray, like spidering close to Miss Ray to try to help catch her if she slips or something?
well, of course you can. You can try anything you want. I just want you to know there are potentially consequences to that, but you might also succeed. So I will say yes, of course you can if you want to. What? Were you going to ask something?
I don't want to.
If you're second guessing it, though.
No, okay. So I'm only second guessing because like you had mentioned something, and I don't want to arguably metagame because I don't know if Lorkris would think of this specifically. So I'm gonna.
Okay, then let's not worry about it. So
Yeah, no, that was my debate. I'm like, would Lorkris think of this thing that I, as a player, thought of? Probably not,
Right.
because he's focused on climbing an ice wall.
So the second part is a bit. It's going to be a bit tougher. You don't get to roll this because he has to make the leap. He has to make the Tom Cruise leap to the other side to be able to attach a piton and attach the rope so that you can then climb across. Because there's no way you're going to make this leap, but he's going to have to make it. So Rylar's like, maybe I could just stay here and hang on until you jump, because you probably don't want to try and jump with me. You think to yourself, you would probably be rolling at disadvantage if you rolled with Rylar attached to you. So
what I'll do is I'll grab 2 pitons with the both attached, like the ones I had earlier, and then I'll reattach. And what I'll do is when I jump, I'm going to use both of them as the driving spike. So I'm going to.
Before you do that, I need you to roll a climb check, or excuse me, a survival check to put a brace of a couple of pitons and a rope for Rylar to hang in.
Oh, no. Instead of that, I was going to be like, Fern, can you make a little web swing for Rylar to sit in?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe, hopefully it'll support his weight.
Oh, for sure.
Well, if that's what you guys want to do, did you want to do anything else as well, Lorkris?
I mean, I'm more than happy to.
Okay. So you're going to create a rope hang as well with pitons, the traditional method, and you're going to create a web. Okay.
If he could just stick his hands to.
All right.
So he's stuck there.
Oh wait, no. Are you making him a chair, a rope chair, or are you making him? What are you going to do? What are you going to make there, Fern?
Because she sees Lorkris being responsible and like doing the rope and stuff. Instead of like trying to mess up anything that he does, she's just gonna make little like spider web handholds that are sticky. So he, just has like an extra.
Okay. Now that's better than the swing. The problem with the swing is since you're not making that, I'll just metagame out of it.
I mean,
he would have been stuck in the swing, and it would have been a pain in the ass to get him out of it to continue forward. But with the handhold, that's a good idea. All right. So roll me your survival check for that. You don't have to roll anything, Fern. Just roll me a survival check to create the rope thing.
Like the initial anchor, and then I'm gonna. Right, that's what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about the leap part yet. I'm talking about the thing for Rylar. Did you roll that yet?
Just roll a survival check.
Just roll me a survival check.
Roll a survival check. With guidance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And bardic inspiration.
If you need it.
I do. My first low roll. 24.
Yeah. You easily
that's
create
with everything.
A brace for Rylar to hang in. And now go ahead and make your athletics check to do what you said, to do the double ice axe thing. Yeah.
How many bardic inspirations have you given out? Because I know you only have so many.
I have 7. So how many have you used?
You would have
just one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the one.
Okay, so I still have 6 left. And I get them back after a short rest, so.
Okay. Okay, so...
Well, you've given out 2 so far. So you've used up 2 of them.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So athletics.
So now you're giving him a 3rd to get across this, right?
wait, you've used 2 bardic inspirations?
No, I've used 1.
Okay,
Oh.
so I gave you the initial one.
Okay,
then
I'm
you get a
sorry. All
second
right, so you've used 2.
I
Okay,
think
go ahead.
so.
You have a second one that if needed.
Make your athletics check.
Okay. Oh, easy. Natural 17 on the die. Plus 13, plus 7, plus 2.
Ah, all right. So that's good.
I think I'm pretty good.
You did super good. The DC on that was a 25. So good job. You made your way to the other side easily, and you're now set up to. You've basically created the link between the 2 places. Now you need to. It's up to you if you want to go back to get Rylar and continue onward, or if you want to go ahead and make the rope link upward to the plateau and then come back. Whichever way you want to do it. Rylar's hanging on. He's like, oh, it's cold, but he's comfy. And you're uncomfortable yourself, but you're doing fine. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go back for Rylar. Strength in numbers.
Okay, very good. All right, so you go back for Rylar, and
so I hand over hand shimmy.
Okay, and you get back to Rylar. Go ahead and make me the climb check back. This one obviously is easier. It's still the DC is a 20. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
And there's no
19 on
guidance
the
or
die.
bardic for this one because you used it last time.
That's
right? So.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, fine. Natural 19 on the die.
Okay. Well, I guess technically you didn't have to have used them up on the last one. If the DC was a 25, you rolled a 14, and your plus to athletics is a 13. That's a 27.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have even needed to use the bardic inspiration and the guidance. You'd still have them available to you for this one, but you make it anyway. Cool. So you're back to the group, and you reattach Rylar to yourself. I'm going to have you roll a survival check or an athletics check to reattach him to yourself while you're hanging from this thing. And
there's sticky handholds for you just in
the
case.
sticky handholds will help so you don't have to do this at disadvantage. And you've been hanging there so long, I'm going to have you roll another climb check to hold on. Now, obviously, you're braced, so it's not like you're just hanging, free hanging. I mean, you are free hanging, but you also have the rope that he's been creating. So,
what's the DC?
DC of what?
For me?
This is a DC 20.
Yeah, it's a 20.
Or wait, to get Rylar back attached to you?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's a 17.
Oh, okay. 20.
Okay. And how are you doing?
13.
Oh, okay. So she gets tired and loses her grip. And now we're going to have, I got to roll just, she basically slips and falls. Of course, he's been creating this rope bridge that's also attached to you and attached to pitons so that they're going to hold you. So I'm going to roll, there's a, I'm going to have you roll your survival check to determine what I think how well you put the pitons in for this rope bridge you created. And if you do well enough, then they're super strong. And if not, then we'll see what happens.
19.
19 total?
Well, for that survival check is all the pitons, so there wouldn't be anything else attached to it.
No, I get you. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Now you're, you guys see Miss Ray fall and slip and fall because she gets so tired and she, panics like you literally just fell. But luckily the rope and the pitons hold her in place and she's
I'm
hanging
sure
there.
Philip's having a heart attack too.
Yeah. Philip, he's looking at you. You're like hanging there and he's like floating above you and go, you better not die, Miss Ray. You better not die, Miss Ray. You got a thing. You got a thing. It's going to be okay.
Have an aneurysm because he's mostly brain.
What?
Would he instead of a heart attack, would Philip mostly have an aneurysm because he's mostly brain?
That's true, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so he's all like trying to be encouraging to her, even though he's terrified. And she can see it in his face.
So then Fern will like skither down and just be like, You want little sticky handholds to climb back up?
I'm just like, yes, Fern.
All right. You,
So I make the little sticky handholds for her.
All right.
to climb
roll
back
me your
up.
climb check to get back up.
Okay, that's better. That's a 25.
Okay. So you make it back up. Now,
I rolled a 1. That's why.
now
Like-
you guys get to
And a
roll
1 on the guidance.
to make your way across the gap. So I'm gonna have Miss Fern, you gonna go across first?
Just gonna spider
Or are you
climb
gonna-
across the rope.
Or are you gonna stay behind and follow?
I'm gonna
behind?
stay behind.
All right, Lorkris, since you're in the lead, you gotta go first. Roll me to climb across. DC 20.
Math right now. 21.
All right, just barely makes it nice. It's tough. We got Rylar on you.
I'm not. So I'm essentially waiting to use the
Right.
guidance or the
That's
so,
smart. All right.
Yeah.
Now you need well, actually, before you went across, Rylar would have given you another guidance.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
DC 20.
I rolled a natural 19 plus
All right,
11.
there you go. All right. So you make it across. Now comes the hard part. Lorkris needs to climb the sheer part to create a vertical rope bridge up to the cave. So roll me DC 25.
Then Fern just skitters across the rope.
Mm-hmm.
She's having a great time.
31.
Okay, you make your way all the way to the top very easily. You got you, Rylar, and little baby Guar. and
And then once I'm up there,
Mhm.
I'll motion. I'll be like, Emillynn, just grab the rope. Hold on tight.
Okay.
okay,
Cool. And then I am going to hoist her up.
And Fern's just gonna be spider
so it's a
climbing
tiny little
behind.
ledge, and it's slippery with ice. Is there anything you want to do before you begin to do that?
Oh, yeah. I will then take my two trusty pitons that are attached to me,
Mhm.
and I will just go. I'm like,
Gotcha,
all
okay.
right.
All right. So you're going to
And
be
then-
rolling an athletics check to pull her up.
Yeah.
And
then
So when you say tiny
rope-
ledge, like how many people can fit on this ledge?
Well, obviously people can move back into the cave some.
Yeah.
It's a small, narrow opening, right? He's gonna actually have to lean down and kind of go in. It's not gonna be easy for him to get in there. So it's a narrow little ledge that he's gonna be standing on, pulling you up.
Yeah, but
Uh,
just want to make sure that, Rylar is not going to wander off.
Oh, no. He sets him Rylar down. Rylar is just gonna stand behind him looking back in the cave kind of nervously. Watching the flickering
Fern.
light.
actually, before I pull up Emillynn, Fern,
Yeah.
can you just to make me feel better? Can you web in the pitons as well? So over the top, so there's they're webbed over.
Okay.
So that way, if they start to slip, you have that sticky web that is assisting and holding.
All right.
I can do that.
Cool.
So I
Just a
skither up there and do that. And then I
Okay.
skither back down. And I'm going to follow behind a little bit of Miss Ray and as she's getting pulled up.
Okay. I'm gonna have you straight roll athletics check to pull her up. I'm not gonna tell you the DC. You just tell me what you get.
26.
All right. Pretty easy. The DC was a 17 to do what you were doing. It wasn't too tough. So you finally get all of the crew on this tiny little ledge, kind of in the cave, and you're all exhausted, and it's nighttime now. It's deep into the night, 10, 11 o'clock, effectively. And it's interesting to see the glowing light outside the cave, and then the flicker of the light inside the cave. But you guys slowly creep into the cave. Do you stay in spider form or go back to fern form?
I go back to Fern form.
Okay. Because of the size of the cave, do you keep, it's not a big cave, it's kind of a tiny little cave. But you see it extends, probably 20 feet back into the darkness it seems like there's kind of an area, it's a tiny little 20 foot by 20 foot cave, right? A little shelter cave. And you can definitely tell that there's a place to set up a little fire and, it's basically a makeshift shelter that people have come to before. Not very many from what you can tell. But you also notice that there's kind of a crack in the back and in the wall. And do you want to leave Guar in his puppy form for now?
How big is this crack in the back?
It's going to be a tight fit for him, but he can make it through. It's just about above his height and pretty thin and narrow.
How far in does it go?
We haven't gone to look. You see the back wall, and it looks like there's a crack that kind of goes around a rock. So you're gonna have to.
I'm gonna go over to that crack and be like, Philip, can you move as far as you can to see how? Move 10 feet and see how.
Yeah. He looks around the corner. He says, "Ooh, it's a dark little crack, but I think it opens up into a bigger cave. It's not big. It's not huge, but there's a bigger cave back there." Looks like there's some tunnels in that cave too, I think.
We might as well rest right here before we venture any further.
I'm going to attempt to open my magic tavern.
Interestingly enough, I think your intuition was telling you it doesn't work.
No tavern tonight, guys.
So this area is just tiny enough that the four of you could cozy up to each other and stay next to this little pre-made fire pit.
Body heat
Or-
saves lives, people.
Yeah, you could check out the other cave before you rest. It's up to you. Like I said, if somebody wants to, Philip only just kind of gave you a description. So.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm very, very sneaky. I can go take a peeky really quick.
So you're
And I'm
back in
pretty
Fern
sure-
form, right?
She is.
Yes,
Okay, great.
100%. I'm very sneaky.
All right. So do you want to stealth around and just check it out?
Yeah, I'm also gonna make sure I have my pass without the trace. And I'm gonna be super sneak. And I'm gonna go take a little look-see.
All right.
Scout ahead.
So when you go into the secondary cave within the little secret shelter, you find a cave that's rounder. It's almost kind of globe shaped. It's strange because it looks almost man-made, but also obviously not man-made. Like, wow, it's a really unusual, beautiful, natural formation.
Really
Yes.
quick, I just want to say I'm narrating everything I see telepathically to the team,
Roger that.
non-stop the entire time.
What you find interesting is that this globe is sort of it's not a full globe cave, it's like a half globe. And at the back part is a flat wall. And in the flat wall are 4 tunnels that lead apparently in the same direction. And each one so this cave isn't very big. It's roughly 10 by 10 bigger than the other one. It's like a 30 by 30, dome cave with 4 tunnels on the back. And each one looks like a really tiny little, tunnel. But each one has, from a distance, there's something different about each of them. You can't quite make out unless you go investigate. Just some different colorations or something, but you're not sure until you get closer to them. But it's up to you if you want to do that.
Fern, come back.
No.
We'll investigate tomorrow.
Okay, and then I go back.
Okay. All right. So you guys are going to have to rough it this time.
Oh no.
So with that, I would then request that Guar go back into his larger form, because then he serves as a much larger.
It'll be a
Either.
lot tighter in this cave, and getting around that crack with his size might be kind of tough.
If we're staying out in this space, then it's used his body heat, and then
Because
he
it's
can
Oh,
cold.
I see. So
Yeah.
So you're going to ask him if he can potentially go back into a smaller form if you need him to? Okay. He's all like, he's getting, you get the sense that he's getting used to it. He's reluctant, but he'll do it because you asked.
Like, it's only for a little bit longer. Just to get through this area.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys rest the night.
Taking our normal scouting.
Yeah.
We do our normal.
All your normal stuff. The interesting thing is that, of course, Fern does her usual elven 4-hour meditation, but after that 4-hour meditation, another forced sleep. He falls asleep after the meditation, just like she's experienced before. So like an actual night's sleep. And each of you sleep very well. You sleep deeply and you dream. All of you dream. But it's not like, it's just kind of your usual kind of dreaming where you dream random interesting things. And you wake in the morning and you know you dreamed random interesting things and you can sort of half remember them, but not. It's like you don't remember the details. You just remember that they were interesting and enjoyable, just regular dreaming. And you also find that you have leveled up.
Can I do that right now?
18th
Sure.
level bard.
Sure. Yes, question?
The morning comes,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And Emillynn,
Yes, Lorkris.
do you feel a draw to the top of the mountain that's stronger than it was before? Because you have yet, and kind of above table, you have yet to express that we feel more of a draw to it as you've gotten closer. Because there was some type of pull. You haven't mentioned anything, so at this point, Lorkris is like, shouldn't there be more of a pull? Everything that we've known, have been told, and kind of pseudo-experienced.
Maybe you're kind of
Emillynn.
overthinking it a bit. I'll just say that I understand you asking, though. There's nothing wrong with that. I will say that you're kind of, you as a player are overthinking it a bit. Your characters
Okay.
still feel like the same draw and feel. It doesn't,
Okay.
like for your characters, though, there was only a few moments in the past where it felt like something was tugging at you, almost with intent. Most of the time after that, it's been you guys just feeling inside like, I know this is where we need to go. There's something to learn. And this is where we, our final, there's nowhere left to go. No other quests left to do. And this is, it feels like, your destiny. Obviously, life is about choice. It's not that you don't have a choice. It's really going to be up to you if you, like I said, you don't feel any kind of supernatural pull. It doesn't feel like something's compelling you. Not in the way that it's something outside of yourself, other than there's something about the Radiant Mountain that has made everybody who sees it want to reach the summit and figure out what it was trying to teach. And of course, there's the Void Lord.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can't forget about that guy.
That guy.
Or that person, I should say.
There's another name I gave him. Was it the
Shadow Man.
Shadow Man, the Void Lord? There was a third name that the Ouija's people.
Gloom something.
No, it was Umbral Seer?
Oh, the Umbraseer.
Oh, yeah.
Umbral Seer.
Umbral Seer, yeah.
Can I just spit some facts about that level up that I just got?
Yeah, sure.
a symbiotic entity. If I use that, if I ever actually remember to use that, I get 72 temporary hit points.
Nice.
And I can cast spells in beast shape now.
Ooh.
You guys got
I don't
3 minutes to
know
pull
how
off this
useful
level
this
up.
is going to be. What's that?
He's given us 3 minutes to pull off the
Oh, yeah.
level up.
Yeah, because I would like to. There's a certain point I want to reach tonight
Yep.
before
you're
we
good.
wrap. We could either. I hope you guys don't mind if we go a little long. I don't think we'll have to. I think you'll be able to wrap it up in 30 minutes if you can pull your level up off pretty quickly.
I'm already done.
Good. I got something I don't know if it's really going to even help, but.
Huh?
Well. Where is it? It's. Hang on.
Yeah. Wow. The way she ran away was like, oh
yeah.
my god, I have to be.
There we go. At 10th level in Cleric, because that's the next best one.
Yeah.
Divine Intervention.
What's the what spell level is that? I have to take a look.
It's
at
on a
this
spell. It's a class feature.
Oh.
Yeah. As an action, you can request your deity's aid and roll percentile dice. If your roll is equal to or less than 10, your deity intervenes. If successful, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can't use it again. Once per long rest. But I picked up a juicy spell.
I mean, if
The new
that's
prepared
cool. If
one.
you want to use that, if you want to try that ability, if you end up needing to, yeah.
Yeah. Question.
Yeah.
In the flashback memories that Ileana gave us,
Yeah.
we got to see. I know what my real father, Othric, looks like, right?
Yeah.
Cool. That's all.
Okay. All right.
Stormy's
So-
gonna like what I hope Stormy likes what
You
I
just have
have
to
in
pick a spell?
mind.
I had to
Shit.
pick 2 spells.
I want
You
to
gotta
keep
pick
it
two
a little
spells, huh?
quiet.
Pick 2
though.
spells.
Uh,
Any spell list because it's magical secrets.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, I know.
You don't have to do the level up now. It's not going to matter.
That's the only thing I have left in my level.
Oh, okay. All right. You have to help me remember to do Rylar's level up before next week.
Okay.
Because there's no way I would try and throw you guys into any kind of combat like 30 minutes before we're wrapping up. Besides, you guys aren't done making it to the summit. You're close. You're as close as you've ever been before. But now you're in the secret shelter cave. And the morning comes, and you all feel energized. You feel strong and confident and powerful. Yeah, you might have some unusual things going on inside where you don't really
The best
know.
and most amazing.
You know,
happy.
there's still some confusion for all of you a little bit. Like, you know, Lorkris, obviously, a crisis of faith. If his gods don't exist, then you know, who does he serve? Where's this power coming from? You know, what's his focus? What's his cause? For Fern, I mean, you know, it's not quite as impactful, but still, like, what does it mean to be a part of everything that's going on? And now everything is just kind of flipped on its head. And what's the Void Lord going to do to the world and everything? And, you know, you have been trying to master the special song of
order song.
the song of natural order. And there's so much you haven't figured out about yourself, about Philip, about Rylar, about your friends, and you can't tell a story without having the rest of the story. And so, yeah, you still feel despite all those confusions and those things, all of you feel like you're in the right place at the right time, as you were meant to be. But there seems to be one last obstacle before you can make it to the summit. You're standing in this cave. Like, you go outside on the ledge, and you realize quickly, Lorkris realizes that as he tries to climb up out of the cave, the gap between the wind wall and the actual wall has shrunk to such a degree that it's not even possible to climb beyond up the cave. So you're not going to be able to go on the outside. So whatever these tunnels on the inside of the cave are going to have to get you there somehow, or you're not going to make it to the summit. So you stand before these 4 caves, and I will describe them to you. They're literally just like all next to each other. Excuse me, these 4 tunnels in the cave. The first tunnel on the left, from left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4. The first tunnel has a slightly warmer air than the shelter cave that you are in. You can see moss and vines growing along the walls. The second tunnel is a narrow but tallish crack. You know, like the tunnel 1 was shorter, roughly just about 6 feet in height. Tunnel 2 is roughly 7 feet tall. It's a tall crack, very cold and dry. And the inner walls you can see are blue and slick with ice, and rocks jut out as you look into the tunnel. And you can see places where just a little bit farther into the tunnel, the rock kind of extends outward, so it'd be really hard to squeeze past. Tunnel 3 is dark and hot. So dark in the blackness that none of you can see into it. Like, you look into it standing in front of it. Normally your dark vision would let you see, 60 feet in, but nothing, your vision doesn't penetrate the inky blackness at all. Even Rylar's doesn't see. And then finally the fourth tunnel is obscured in a heavy fog, and you feel a cool mist coming from it. So you have a warm tunnel, cold tunnel, cool tunnel, a hot tunnel. Not necessarily in that order. Number one is warm. Number 2 is cold. Number 3 is hot. Number 4 is cool. Cool and misty. Hot like an oven. Icy and cold. And warm. Again, in the terrain inside the tunnels is slightly different than each. And the narrowness of the caves, you definitely think that from here on, Guar should be in his smaller form.
Be a puppy, Guar.
So I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll have him.
All right.
And then I'll just
back to his puppy swirl. He's chilling on your back, perched on your shoulder, looking over.
You guys have a question. Each of these tunnels, do you think we have it's one person per, or because they feel very targeted. Just throwing that out there.
I see what you mean, Fern. But we are not splitting up our party.
Oh, I hear you. Because this mountain was supposed to be a test.
Mm-hmm. Rylar?
Oh, yeah.
See any magic anywhere?
I don't know. To be honest, since we've been in this little cave, I can't really do the whole sea magic anymore.
You guys can still see Philip?
Uh-huh.
I tried to talk to Miss Ray telepathically.
You can talk
You
to
hear me,
Miss
Miss
Ray
Ray?
telepathically.
Okay.
Can Guar see Philip?
I don't think Guar could see Philip to begin with.
Yeah, he could see. He could
Can-
see
can he
Philip after.
After seeing the Death Tyrant?
Oh,
Yeah.
after seeing the Beholder. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, he can still see him.
Because I don't think Guar was with us for the first Beholder.
No, he
It's
wasn't.
not.
But Guar can see Philip now because he saw the Death Tyrant?
Yeah, I guess that was something we accidentally glazed over. My apologies.
Yeah.
I meant to tell you guys that. I thought we did, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
sure
We
Guar
all
probably
kind of
saw him
also
and was like,
assumed.
Wait. We got Guar after the first Beholder?
Yeah.
Because we ended up going back to Misty City, then he had this whole like episode at the thing, and then we had to go hunt him down.
Yep.
This was like right after the whole Beholder thing. So Philip was still pretty new when we had to,
Everybody.
yeah.
Okay.
I know, it's still,
Yeah, no,
it's
I mean,
weird
it's-
to know that the
Yeah.
whole, electrocuting you in the T-Rex mouth was episode 35.
Thanks for reminding me.
So,
Shocking experience.
All right. So what do you want to do?
Fern is gonna walk up to the super cool looking mossy one
Mm-hmm.
with the, warmer air and the natural nature and stuff, and just stare into it.
Okay.
And then try to does this feel right? And whatever.
She doesn't feel anything different or normal.
I'm looking around on the cave walls to see if there's maybe any like writing or something somewhere.
Nope. No runes, no writing, no clues. Just you guys.
So there's a warm tunnel, cold, dark and hot, cleared in fog. So Fern, if we go based on what you were saying, whose tunnel do you think belongs to who?
Well, I'm obviously the one that's covered in moss and stuff, right?
Moss and vines, yeah. Mhm.
Lorkris would be the one where it's the taller, cold, and dark, because he's a Goliath, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the dark and hot one would be Rylar, because it's inky black. And then yours would be foggy, the foggy one.
Rylar's like, I don't know if that's right, Miss Fern.
I don't think so either, but that's
'Cause I
just a
can't see in
suggestion.
the inky black, but I can see in the foggy one. You guys can't see down in the foggy one?
The obscure, heavily fogged one.
Yeah.
You guys can't. When you look into the obscured, misty, foggy tunnel, it looks obscured. For Rylar says, I can see just fine. Like I see that it's obscured, but I can kind of see it.
I think the dark and hot one is mine because that's where I found Philip. I looked down the dark, inky black tunnel.
You still can't see anything, unfortunately.
Philip, does that remind you of something?
It's like, yeah,
The
it's
dark,
kind of
hot.
spooky like way back then. Although I don't remember that area where you were at with being that hot. I don't know, maybe it was. Maybe that had something to do with something else. Yes.
Maybe.
With Rylar saying that he hasn't really been able to do his detect magic, was that statement the fact that he can't there's nothing to detect, or he can't even detect the magic that we have.
Roleplay that. Ask him.
Yeah. Okay. Rylar.
Mm-hmm.
You said you are unable to detect magic?
Yeah, it's weird. You know how normally I can just see stuff that's magical. Since we've been in this cave, I don't see anything magical, even not on us.
With
Wait,
that,
really?
in the palm of my hand, I'm going to try to cast light. Does a spell actually work?
Yeah, your spell works. Your light spell works.
I will then immediately snuff it. I was just curious to see if this is anti-magic.
As you're about to snuff it out, I was like,
Oh man, it's too bad. You could have used that stick your hand in the dark one to see if it'll make it lighter.
I was going to suggest that people touch it. It's also
I
hot.
mean, it's
Are there any
cantrip, so I'm like,
rocks nearby? Loose rocks?
sure.
You want to cast light on a loose rock and throw it in the dark tunnel?
I cast light and yeet. Time for Lorkris to. We're near the end, and we're ending close to where we began. I love it. This is
yeah,
easy.
it just 100% like, grab a rock, and I'm like, I guess you really kind of have come full circle, huh?
It's like, but before you toss it, Rylar, you can't even see that this rock has been magically lit by light.
I mean, I see the light like you guys do, but I mean, you try. You could do detect magic. Normally I just do it all the time.
Yeah, I know. All right, I will ritually cast detect magic.
Yeah, for some reason you can't detect magic.
Oh my gosh. Rylar is correct. It's not even working for me.
Interesting.
You
That's
gonna,
like the need.
you're gonna throw it?
He eats it. It vanishes into the darkness. As soon as it goes in, it's like it was just, it was like it went into a puddle of black goo.
I walk up to the dark tunnel.
Mm-hmm. You don't feel anything. It's just empty air.
I see my hand disappear.
Yep, your hand disappears into the blackness.
That answer your question, Fern.
I walk up to Miss Ray. I grab her hand and be like, I'm going to stick my head in there. And I try.
All right, you guys see her stick her
Stick
head in there.
the
She
inky
looks headless.
blackness.
She looks headless, and when her head is in there, a really unique experience occurs to Fern. Well, it's not unique. Add a character. I forgot which part of your character gives you immunity to fear. Was it something you got at a certain level? Or...
It was a certain level.
Okay. Well,
Class
so you
teacher.
experienced
Class
fear
teacher.
before that. You just became immune to fear after that, right?
Yeah, and so I can't be like,
Frightened.
yeah, I'm immune to being frightened. I can
Well-
feel fear still.
Right. What
But
you
I'm
experience
immune to
now,
being-
as soon as you stick your head in, you don't see a damn thing. It's as black as it's still super dark and black and thick. You can't see anything. And you feel this intense fear gripping you and the effects of fear as if your immunity is gone while you're in this blacky inkness.
Do I feel her tense up?
Oh yeah.
I yank her out.
You yank her out. You immediately feel a little bit better. You shake it off. You're like, you can see she's breathing hard. She's like, her heart's racing.
It's weird. But I do think it would be a very good experiment because, like, if that tunnel is for Rylar, whoever sticks their head in this one probably won't feel afraid like me. That was scary. I haven't been scared in a while.
So if
Hello there,
Rylar
Miss
can
Ray.
see down the fog. All right.
Stick your head in there, Miss Ray. I hold on to you.
I'm gonna do it, Philip.
All right, you stick
Stick
your
my
head
head
in
in.
there. It's inky black, and you start to feel that fear gripping you too.
And I pull her out as soon as she tenses up.
Yep.
I yank her back a little too hard where she kind of stumbles out. And I kind of trip over my own feet a little bit, but we're okay.
like almost to the point of a panic attack, but I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Okay, your turn, Lorkris.
the one thing I will tell you that you feel inside is that, yeah, it was a fear. It was a palpable kind of fear, as if you were under the effect of some sort of fear spell or fear effect. Did we just get raided?
yes, by
Oh my-
Brotosai.
Bro Tosai! Oh my God, the bro of the Tosai! Arigatou gozaimasu!
Welcome in.
Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for joining us. Never Tilted. What were you guys up to tonight? Were you playing D&D or were you playing
Hello.
War Thunder.
War Thunder?
It's playing Dungeons.
Oh, you
and
were playing D&D.
Dragons.
Was this? Oh no way. Was this your Arnie campaign with the dueling brother Arnies, or is this a different one? Because Never Tilted is DMing them through this really cool campaign. I've been watching it. I'm sad that I missed it.
You can catch the bod.
That's true. That's true. When I can find the time. We usually have it on Mondays, but you know, Chris, right? And yes, the double R. Oh, right on. Well, hey guys.
Wow.
I appreciate you so much for joining us tonight. It's a special night for us. This is episode 86. We're basically closing in on the last 2 to 3 episodes. So this is the pinnacle of the story, of the mysteries, of the final fight, if there is one, all of that stuff. So I appreciate you joining me, bringing your folks over. Currently, they are at near the summit, near the top of Radiant Mountain. They have overcome a number of different obstacles to climb their way up the mountain. I nearly died a few times. It wasn't that hard because they worked together, you know, and they've done well. But now they're in some sort of secret shelter cave, and there's something mystical about this cave. Basically, in the center area of this cave, at the very top of the mountain, there are these tunnels, these 4 tunnels, and there's something strange. Each tunnel has a different climate slash, you know, feel to them, temperature-wise, and they also have a different kind of terrain in them. And they're trying to figure out the terrain, what's going on. They can't continue to climb outside of the mountain because there's some sort of supernatural or hypernatural would be a better word, wind that is so strong that on the outer edge of the mountain that it would knock anybody off, and flying creatures just can't even fly in it. And even, you know, they haven't. There's some things you could potentially try, but they haven't tried because they think that, you know, at any rate, they're pretty sure that climbing any further on the outside isn't possible, and they're hoping that these tunnels will continue forward. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like there's something weird going on. But Radiant Mountain is the final mystery. There's this huge light at the top of the mountain that has drawn civilizations from eons ago to it, and only these crew are gonna potentially accomplish the impossible and discover its secrets. So, thank you guys for joining us. We're gonna jump back into the action and the role play, and thank you for being here, and enjoy the show. All right.
So, what else was my character feeling after she stuck her head in there, besides the fear?
Right, so you're feeling the fear. You feel like you've experienced this kind of, you know, fear before. And you feel like you have, like, your intuition tells you there's, you know, there's something you might be able to do to mitigate its effects.
Something I might be able to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like you have experienced in your life this fear, and in fact, you know.
Dang.
So, at any rate, that's what
what I
you
did.
experienced with that tunnel.
I wasn't playing, I was singing to try and keep my fear in check.
Hmm.
But the thing is, I had to be in the inky blackness to do that.
Okay, do you want to experiment again, Miss Ray?
Yes.
I believe in you, Miss Ray.
I'm going to stick my head back in.
Mhm.
I'm going to start singing.
Well, of course, you fear that you feel that the effects of that fear, and it's a strong fear. It makes you want to pull out of the darkness and run away. But you start to sing, and it does calm you enough that the mechanical effects of the D&D fear are subsided while you're singing.
Pull myself back out.
Okay.
It's just like when I found Philip.
You still feel afraid, but it's not. You're able to suppress the effect.
Lorkris?
Maybe you are onto something, Fern.
Okay, Lorkris, you think we're right? That this mossy one is mine and that cold one is yours?
Probably. At this point, I don't really know what's true or not, but
Do any of us, though?
no.
So you think these are individual tests that each one of us has to go through? Since this mountain
Well,
That's what this
I-
place is a test.
I will make a wild conjecture.
What is that, Lorkris?
It's a big word for me.
That is a very big word for you. I'm uncomfortable.
If this mountain is a test, I imagine, though we may be the first to make it this far, maybe not the first, however, I imagine these tunnels, there's only 4. I think it would not matter who ascends the mountain, it would pick a challenge for anyone. So,
Rylar says,
Oh yeah, that's right. Wasn't somebody telling us it was in the history stuff that it was almost as if the mountain was alive?
Mm-hmm. And it probably caters to whoever makes it so far.
Okay, we do need to double check to make sure that we are going to go into the right tunnels, though. I mean, we could just assume, but you're just as much connected to nature as I am, Lorkris. And if this is a challenge, what is more scary for me than not to have nature? And what is more scary for you?
unless the challenge plays to your strength. How well do you know nature?
I know it pretty well.
Take a step into your tunnel, Fern, and then let us know how you're feeling.
So I'm gonna go up to it, but do that whole where on all fours, but not on my knees, but how the monkey crawl, kind of scoot over to the and just touch the moss.
Right, you step 5 feet in and touch the moss, and it seems to react to you. As soon as you go in, all the vines and the moss and the fungus and everything, they start to kind of react and act very active and angry, but then it reacts to you when you go and touch it. It seems to kind of calm down a bit.
They pop back out.
Okay. I mean, they see you do this.
Just to see what happens, Lorkris, you should go into that tunnel. Or at least try. We just want to be sure.
Okay. I will step into the moss. I will stoop.
All right.
Short, tiny.
you have to, of course, because it's smaller. You stoop down and you step into the mossy, warm tunnel, and suddenly all the moss and the vines react violently, and they reach out and grab you and start to entangle you. And go ahead and roll me an athletics check.
Can I also run in there to try to help calm it?
First, in this first moment, I'm going to have him roll an athletics check.
Exactly what
31.
Okay. The vines and the fungus and the moss hold you fast and start to pull on you and crush you, and you feel almost constricted, and you start to feel terrified because it's like you're being pulled in and kind of almost you're jerked off of your feet and yanked in, and it's just this terrifying experience of being wrapped in these things that are crushing you and holding you and binding you and keeping you immobile. Even with your 31, it's just it's impossibly strong, and it's holding you steadfast in place. And before you can even step in, you see him basically yanked into the tunnel. And
No.
she goes running in for a second, but suddenly Lorkris finds himself dumped out onto the ground into a cave. And you all hear a thud behind you. And you look, and Lorkris has been dumped out into the cave from the entrance to the cave that you just came into.
So that was not your tunnel. That was better than I was hoping.
What a mischievous imp. She totally Druid. That was totally a Druid thing, wasn't it? All right. That was good though. That was funny. That was good content. I hope someone clipped that moment where she said that was better than I was hoping. All right.
So
Lorkris,
we have
are you okay?
His pride's
Do I look okay?
Yeah, you're not wounded. It was a scary experience, but you're not wounded. You're just
Oh, I'm like hunched over all fours, just like heavy breathing, like the fuck is that?
we have confirmed whose tunnel's whose now. You're welcome.
Don't touch me.
So, Lorkris, once you've recentered yourself, please do take a step into the 7-foot tall tunnel, please. Just a step in.
I'll get there when I get there.
Yeah, just take your
He's
time.
pretty mad at me.
Rylar's like, I could do some stepping while he's doing his boss man thing.
Go for it, Rylar. Let's see.
Which one you want me to step in? I want to get yeeted by the plants.
No,
No.
you don't.
Go step into the obscure tunnel, please.
You mean the misty one?
Yes.
Okay.
He goes and steps into the misty one. You see him kind of start to disappear into the fog. He's all walking confidently into the fog. He's like, this feels good on my skin. I like it. And all of a sudden, as he's talking, you can hear his voice. You can see him disappearing into the fog. You can hear his voice getting farther away. And then suddenly it just cuts off, and you hear a and then you hear the behind you as he's yeeted onto the floor in front of you.
Wait. What? Rylar, are you okay?
Oh, that was weird. Yeah, I'm okay.
Rylar?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go into mine.
Come with me and stand in front of this black tunnel.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Fern?
Mhm.
Let's hold Rylar. Rylar, stick your head in, please.
Okay.
It's your
Sticks his-
head.
He sticks his head in. He's like, you feel him tense up. Oh God, this is scary.
Okay, pull him out.
And then we pull them out.
Yeah.
I was so black I couldn't see a thing. It was so weird. Just like looking at it from here. Can't see a thing.
Okay. Rylar. Please take a step into the icy cold tunnel.
Right? He steps into the icy cold tunnel. He's like, look, in here. He's just standing 5 feet in, you know. He's looking at you guys and looking in the tunnel. What do you want me to do now?
Please take a step out.
Okay, he steps out.
Are you still cold?
Well, no.
Did I go into mine?
You want to go in yours? All right. So you step into yours, 5 feet in. Then what?
And I start touching the moss.
Okay.
Can I talk to the moss? Hey, moss. Can you
It
hear
doesn't
me?
respond back, but you feel its life. It feels almost sentient. It feels like it has intention.
Hey, moss. Do we just speak a different language? Do you understand me?
There's no response back.
Emillynn,
Yes, Lorkris.
So before you're done with this, so how far in? You're still just 5 feet in, right?
I'm gonna keep walking.
You're gonna keep walking in? Right.
Gonna do what Rylar did.
So you keep walking in, and you're walking in, and it's just like it's beautiful to you. You know, the fungus and the moss and the vines. They seem to kind of like, you know, react at first as you get closer to them. They kind of feel agitated, but then they kind of tickle your skin, and they're really enjoyable. And you walk for about 10, 20 feet, and then suddenly you're yanked off your feet and yeeted out the other, just the way the other guys were, from the entrance to the cave in the back onto the floor. Now, you were going to do an interaction between Lorkris and Miss Ray. Go ahead.
okay. I think my hypothesis was wrong.
What was your
What is the
hypothesis?
least, well, picking the one that's most suited to us. Pick the one that is most opposite of our nature.
Lorkris, are you up for an experiment?
Yeah. I have a feeling. What's your idea, Emillynn?
With everything that you've been going through right now, Lorkris, I'm thinking maybe the obscure cave might be for you because, you know, everything's obscure. But then again, maybe you feel in the dark because of what you found out about Melora and Weejoss. So
I was like, ooh, 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 ooh.
Yes.
I volunteer as tribute. I got an idea.
what?
I also
I'm
have
just
an
gonna
idea.
run into every one of the tunnels and see what happens.
No, that's my idea, Rylar.
Are you serious? We came up with the same idea.
What if, because this represents all of us, and it's a way for all of us to see each other's perspective on things. What if we all have to go through everybody's challenge and stuff, and the last thing we do is go through our own tunnels, which is our own challenge?
Ryder's like, oh, I was just gonna run through them just to see what would happen. I didn't think anything that fancy.
I look at Emillynn and go, you know, as long as I've known Fern, her interrupting is still annoying.
But that was
Okay.
Rylar too.
So
We're pretty good at that, right, Fern?
I want to try an experiment, but I'm going to need some rope. Go into the pack, pick up some rope, tie a rope around Rylar's waist. Lorkris, can you be the anchor? I'm going to send Rylar into the dark. to see if he gets yeeted or not. And then if you feel the rope pull because he's getting yeeted, just let go. But if there's no pull because he's getting yeeted, we can at least guide him back because it's really dark in there. Really dark. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't want him to get lost because at least we have a lifeline to pull him back if needed.
Sure.
Rylar, you wanted to go.
Okay.
All right. Go, Rylar.
So he goes into the dark, inky one.
Yes.
As soon as he gets 10 feet in, he gets terrified and runs back out.
Okay.
He can't.
He said, I'm sorry, I couldn't go further. That was
okay.
freaky.
It's all right.
And it's so hot in there. Oh. Felt like the walls were gonna burn my skin if I touched them. I don't know if that was true, it just felt like it.
Okay. Rylar, let's try the cold. Walk 10 feet in.
Okay, he walks 10 feet in.
He says, it's getting kind of cramped and hard to move. I'll keep going if you want. There's all these little rocks jutting out and they're kind of icy and cold.
Just 5 more feet.
He goes another 5 feet. Wow, these things are like poking and sticking out. Like they're a little loose, but like they're too strong. I can't break them. I don't know what to do.
Come back out.
Right, he comes back out.
You want to see if you get yeeted by plants?
I volunteered for that before. That sounds like fun.
I untie the rope and I'm like, go ahead, Rylar.
Sure enough, he gets yeeted by the plants.
After getting crushed.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary. He said, that one's kind of way scarier than I thought. Not as scary as the dark stuff, but it was pretty, I don't know, it was close.
Okay. Would you like to hear my idea?
Yes. Now that we've humored Rylar.
Cool.
Thank you, Rylar.
Emillynn, you go through the plants. Fern, you go through the ice. Rylar, you go through the fog, and I go through the darkness.
Rylar already got yeeted by the fog.
Did he get yeeted by the fog?
He did.
That was the first one he walked into. And he was like, oh, this was so cool. This feels great.
that's right,
My skin."
okay.
And then all of a sudden we hear him thump behind us.
How far in did he go before he got yeeted by the fog?
Probably 20 feet or so.
And then it was 10 feet for the dark tunnel. He went 15 feet in.
Well, 10 feet, he backed back out.
Yeah.
He didn't get yeeted by the dark tunnel. He just ran away.
And then
You want
the
me to
ice
try to get
tunnel
yeeted by the
was-
dark tunnel?
In the ice, I had him go 15 feet.
She asked if you want her to get yeeted by the dark tunnel.
Do you want to get yeeted by the dark tunnel? We can tie the rope around you.
Or what? Do you have a better, different alternate plan to what you wanted to do?
Or do you want me to see if I get yeeted by the plants?
Go for it.
You ready, Philip?
Phil's like, I've been ready since, I met you all of them years ago. Whatever you want to do, I'm here for it.
So Emillynn stands at the front of the moss cave and she like straightens up her outfit.
Now, you're not doing the ropes, right?
No.
Okay. So you go try and get yeeted by the plants.
Yes.
And sure enough, you get yeeted by the plants.
That was a terrifying experience.
Yeah. Not quite as scary as the black, but really close because, you felt like you were going to be strangled, suffocated, constricted to death. And in fact, the inky blackness feels similar to that, only slightly worse.
So we all got yeeted by this tunnel, the moss tunnel.
Except I didn't feel like I was getting crushed to death. Everything liked me in there.
True, but you still ended up.
Being yeeted. Okay, what was do you have an alternate plan to what you were originally saying? So you said Ray goes into where?
Well, you got yeeted by the plants, so never mind.
Philip goes,
Maybe you guys are operating on like one of the, operating on the wrong assumption about something. I don't know, just
Probably.
spitballing.
It was my assumption.
There's a good chance that we still probably go through the one that makes the most amount of sense based off our nature, but I think we all need to go together.
Rylar goes,
We're going
"Oh,
one at a time.
That makes sense. We gotta go together. Just like everything we've done."
Well, that was kind of one of my ish suggestions. Kinda, sorta. Not really.
So,
This is honest.
so should we try each tunnel one at a time? All 4 of us walking in?
Yeah, holding hands.
Rylar goes,
but which one is first? What if it's supposed to be in order?
Well, if the tunnel yeets all 4 of us out, we know that's not the right one.
Wouldn't it eat us out anyway?
Well,
Are you gonna do that thing?
yeah. You know what? I kind of want to try it.
You want to try the divine guidance?
Fuck yeah! Because what if it's an order? And the order,
Just cast your divine intervention.
well, I
Do it.
Well, I need to request an aid, so I need to know. Essentially, I need to ask a question.
Oh,
Right. So, if there's an order to it, you were able to walk through without problem. Rylar walked through the fog without problems.
yeah.
It wasn't like a dragging experience. Emillynn, you haven't walked into the ice,
No.
and I haven't walked into the darkness or the fog. I've only gone through the vines because that. So. Wait a minute. Before this, Emillynn, you got yeeted by the vines.
Yes.
Rylar couldn't make it through the ice. Rylar got yeeted from vines and fog. Didn't go far enough into the darkness, but couldn't traverse even further in the ice.
Yes.
So safe passage for Fern is the vines. Safe passage for Rylar is the fog.
Safe passage for me
Just
would probably be the,
would be the
dark tunnel.
So we all walk through our tunnels simultaneously.
First, as an
Yeah.
experiment.
Yeah. And then, if that doesn't work, then I imagine we need to figure out an order in which you need to travel, and whoever, like which one we go in, we all go in together, like as a group.
Yeah. And then whoever's tunnel that is would lead the way, I think.
Do you want to try all 4 of us walking in simultaneously first?
Fearless leader. Will you walk through the darkness first? And see if you just pop out? I imagine that's the case. But if that is, then it only leaves one avenue for me.
All right. Philip. Let's do this.
One of the things that you notice as you step into the inky blackness is you don't see Philip anymore either. You literally don't see anything. You can't even see yourself. But you immediately feel that fear making you want to run away. But you start singing to yourself, alleviating the fear just enough. And you walk deeper into the tunnel. Sorry, go ahead.
I turn around as to where we've all been popping out and look and wait for Emillynn to appear in front of me.
Right. And sure enough, after you walk 20 feet into the tunnel, you find yourself yeeted right through. You just see her pop into existence from out of that tunnel that comes into this cave.
Is Philip there?
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let you roll your dexterity saving throw to not fall on your ass this time, because you're expecting it.
32.
Yeah. All right. So she comes out and goes, whoosh, superhero slide.
All right
So
then.
now,
Like,
I would
Fern,
like
how was
to
that
use-
entrance?
So now you're gonna
I'm
all
gonna try to use my divine intervention
okay.
to ask the question.
All right. What's the question?
And so I mean I've never used this before.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna have to do some sort of prayer, I would assume.
Yeah.
But who are you praying to? Oh crap!
Oh no.
Oh, this is around the time
Inception.
that normally that gets
Yeah.
needed anyway.
Yeah. I mean I'll just switch it to the dual cam.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's a
Might
good
as well.
idea.
I mean we're almost done anyway.
I believe it's true.
Inception.
So if it just in general and how utilizing divine intervention works, am I allowed to, allowed in terms of how it would function? And I know you're probably going to say you can certainly try and see what happens, and you're gonna get that. But like, if in terms of a specific thing, would it be acceptable to ask, like, do we all walk in at the same time, or do we have to go in a particular order and kind of get it's arguably this or arguably that? I feel like it's too vague, and I just have to ask the question and see what I get, even if I roll. But like, is
I think
it
you're
asking like a
overcomplicating
singular
it.
question?
I'm going to help
Okay.
you out here. I think you're overcomplicating it. I think you can ask whatever question you want, even if it's a complicated question. Like if you want to know an answer,
Sir,
you're asking for divine intervention. Like you don't
Yeah,
have to get
yeah.
all specific like you're talking
Okay.
to one of the dead people you've raised. You can actually get in there and go, hey,
And just,
the
this
nuances
is what I
of
wanna know.
conversation and language. Hey, God, my deity or whoever you're going to pray to. You can say, hey, I would like to
To
know
your inner
how
child.
we can, get, what can we do? Are we on the right, however you want to do it. You ask the question you want to ask, and I'll give you an answer.
So
Or not.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
So what I'll do is, in reflection as to, across my deity's aid. Okay.
Yeah.
So I will reach actually as in terms of a deity and my own headspace of acknowledging that there is some entity that resembles Ouijas, and that thing, or what we know, the common world knows as Ouijas.
That's what you're
And
going to
it
reach out
has-
to?
I mean,
It's not real.
no,
It's just
I know,
a picture.
I know. I'm trying to
Cool.
think. No, I'm just going to go with my first thought. I am going to envision my inner self, because at this point there is no god that I know that is channeling this, because they seem to not exist. So I put myself and my faith as a god.
Okay.
And visually, I will manifest it as my biological father, Authric. In terms of like the vision of what I'm looking at, and I'm reaching within rather than outside. In my
All right.
my headcanon.
I'll say you sit down cross-legged and do this prayer, and you envision. You have an idea, a concept in your mind, and you're embodying it in your father. In the moment when you are doing it, at first it feels like nothing's happening. Like at all, but then you feel this welling inside you, and strangely, the vision of Othric that you have created in your mind kind of melts away, and all that's standing there is you. And you get the sense, you have this, all you get is a memory from when you were a child, the different, ways that you were taught amongst your people, to the different lifestyles that you had. You remembered that your tribe came together as a people and worked for the betterment of each other, and it was always something different for each season. And you get the sense in your mind and your heart that somehow or another this final challenge of the mountain is related to the seasons, and that you may have been shown the answer already. You just have to give into it, and you realize that vision before you is, like I said, it's just you. And that's it.
Okay.
What do you relay of that to everybody?
What was the order of the seasons as we ascended the mountain, Emillynn? We experienced what?
Is that when you were going, Fern, is that what you thought of too?
I had I had a feeling, so this is outside, this is me as Druid. Each of the different sections, because there's like 4 individual sections, and I'm just like, these are seasons. These are representing seasons right now. And
Yeah.
I just like that I was right.
Well,
It's nothing crazy. It wasn't insane.
no guarantee just yet, but we've got the strong inclination.
So we
we
just finished we just came from winter.
Mhm.
Before that was fall.
Correct.
Before that, summer.
It was hot in the rocks, so summer.
Yeah, and then
So it started. The first one was spring, and then summer, then fall, then winter.
So if
So-
we're doing that,
I think the darkness is last. No.
No, the cold.
so I think
What?
Ferns is fall.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think the Moss Cave, since it's warm, is probably fall. The Ice Cave is winter.
Since when is autumn fall? I mean, since when is fall warm?
It's not. It.
I think you guys are overcomplicating it, guys.
I mean, what was the order that we walked up? Like,
Fern just nailed it.
What?
She,
Yeah.
or Druid just nailed it. She just shared with you guys
Spring,
what
summer,
order.
fall, and
Yeah.
winter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then,
Isn't that the way the
whatever
seasons work in
temperature-
real life too?
Yeah. So the dark cave is hot, so that's going to be summer.
Mhm.
The ice
Okay.
cave is cold, so that's going to be winter.
Yeah.
Obscure fog, cool mist. I associate that with.
That'd be fall, wouldn't it?
I mean, sometimes spring can be like that too.
But then
She's
spring
right,
is also
but
warm.
in this instance, it's
I
spring.
would see spring is warm, fall is cool, winter is cold, and then summer is hot.
Right.
Okay.
So
All right.
I would say that's the order that we would walk in.
All right. So you guys are gonna do what? Hold hands and enter each cave.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
We start with the vines.
All right.
And Fern will lead the way.
All right. You guys
Yeah.
enter into the cave holding hands, all 4 of you together. And the vines do reach out, trying to constrict everybody. But every time that they do, all she has to do is reach out and touch them, and they leave off of the person. And you all stay holding hands, and you make your way through the tunnel, and it goes for 60 feet, much longer than you guys have ever gone before. And you find yourself coming out at the entrance to the cave again, but not yeeted. You walk into the cave, still holding hands. Where next?
Dark
What was the next one?
cave, and I will lead the way as I am singing. That's summer.
All right, you guys make your way into the cave, and all of you are like terrified by this blackness. Even Fern, which is really weird. She hasn't felt fear in a long time. But you start to sing, and you're still scared because you can't see a thing. You're bumping along the hot walls, but because Miss Ray is singing to you all, you feel much better. And sure enough, you walk out of the tunnel into the cave again. Which cave next? Or tunnel
The
next.
obscure fog, so Rylar needs to lead the way.
Sure enough, Rylar leads the way. He can see just fine, and you're not yeeted. You walk each time the tunnel is 60 feet long, and then obviously there's only one tunnel left. In this one, it's a little bit different. He's taking the point. As you get farther into the tunnel, it becomes a point where the rocks are jutting out that you're going to have to literally yank them off the wall. So roll me a strength check. Athletics check is fine.
Okay. 28.
Basically, that'll be your roll. Every 10 feet, just one roll, but you make your way through, having to rip out pieces of the wall and drop it onto the ground so that people aren't, so they can actually get past. It's almost as if the stone is like a crystal that's grown to the other side, and only you are strong enough to break these things. And finally, as you come to the other side, it doesn't bring you back into the same cave again. Instead, you're standing in another small 20-foot cave, and all you see is an open cave door out into the bright sunshine outside. Now, of course, all you see is just sky because you're really high up, right? But so you just see blue sunshine sky out of this open cave mouth. And you all, come apart and look at each other and realize you made it through it. And you look out and you don't hear the wind, but you feel its pressure is intense. And you notice as you look out the door, out the exit to this cave, you obviously have come to the other side of the mountain, right? The peak. And the only way to go up to the summit, there's right around the corner, there's this tiny little ledge that's not very wide. And the wind is just, you can feel it and hear it, and it's super strong. And you're like, how can we possibly go further? Because it's literally, it's that gale force wind is pushing down right against the wall that you would have to traverse along the ledge upward to the very summit.
We're gonna have to do it up against the wall as we shimmy across.
Well, who tests it first?
The fearless leader will.
Can we tie a rope around you first?
Oh yes. Probably gonna need to tie a rope around each other.
So you've tied a rope around you, and you guys are kind of huddled in this little, this isn't even a smaller cave. It's like a 10 by 10 cave. So you guys are huddled in here. She reaches her hand out, and it yanks her hand down super strong again. Like she's like, there's no way that I can walk in that, or let alone move in it.
Philip.
What's up?
I have a question.
Well, I got 10 eyes plus a 1.
Okay. You may not like this. What I'm
Uh-huh.
about to suggest.
Yeah, what's up?
I mean, we know you can't move more than 10 feet away from Emillynn.
What that holy hell are you suggesting, brother big guy?
Well, if anyone is safe from the wind of being carried away, it's you. Can you see how long that path is, perhaps?
What if it rips off one of his eyeball stalks?
Only if you want to. Because if we know it's a particular distance, there's a good chance that Fern might be able to create a stone wall to shield us from the top at an angle.
How did you know that I was thinking about that?
I just wanted to know how long it is.
Oh yeah.
How long that path is.
He's
And
like,
I
well,
feel that we waste a resource to try to scry that may or may not work. That's a resource we might need.
I was going to suggest that maybe Miss Ray should start to play that song.
well, here's the thing, guys. I think this is a perfect place to cliffhanger it.
Don't get a response from Philip, goddammit.
Yes. What jerked off your feet? Oh my god.
Well,
You got a naughty mind there to come up with that. Like,
I just want to know how long it is.
oh
Yeah.
my god. So,
Angry Angel.
all right.
Hello?
Thank you for the
I
holiday
love
wishes,
this.
Angry Angel.
I just love the sporadicness to which BT is just like, oh yeah, I can add quotes.
I love BT, dude. You are
yeah.
such a treat in Stormkeep. And as all you are for coming and supporting our shenanigans and the challenges that these folks have made together, you did super good today. I'm super proud of you all.
Please don't eat Philip.
And
I
we'll
know,
see
I'm
what
scared.
happens next week as they are at the very edge, the precipice of the summit, almost to the top.
Oh. Well,
You know how this kind of brain works. That's why I'm
Spiper's
picking on
so
you, BT, because I
awesome.
know.
So I'm glad you liked the puzzle.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Once the campaign is over, it'll be fun to discuss with you guys.
Oh,
All
yeah.
of the things that have gone on throughout this campaign. It will be a fun discussion.
Oh yeah, it'll be very good.
I think this is
Yeah.
good. This is a good
Yeah.
place to stop. Who do we want
Yeah,
to
it's a
raid
good
out to
spot.
tonight? We got to brighten
spot.
someone's night. Let's see.
Someone, somebody, anybody. Let's see. How's the big Stormy's live?
No way, really?
No.
Oh, I didn't even consider
There's
that.
Rhubarb. I raided Stargana the other night. She's a D&D DM.
Sure.
We could, like I said, the Rhubarb is online. She's another one of the Tater Realm folks.
Sure.
It is DePayne. He's also a D&D guy. How many is that? Is that 3? That's kind of an uneven number. We could. You see anybody on? There's the Liching Hour, so that's 4. Valora Plays is 5. We could roll random. We could do a D&D die roll.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say we could just do rhubarb.
I'd like to
like
do a
the
roll.
idea
All right, so let's
of-
do a D. Since we picked 5 folks, what were the? Someone write them down real quick. What were the 5 folks? We got Rhubarb is 1. Well, actually, they're in order, so I'll just roll it. Well, I'll roll a D10 and split it in half. 4 is 2, so I guess Stargana it is.
All right. I kind of like that.
I do too. I've been
just
thinking
like-
about that lately.
Yeah, that's super cool. Just like, all right, what are we doing? Look who it is. All right.
Wow, everybody, it's been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you for joining us for episode 86. Next week, episode 87. And we'll see what happens. What is at the peak? What is at the summit? Love you all so much. Have a great
Love you
evening.
guys so much.
And we're going to
Happy
start this raid
holidays and
out.
stuff.
We'll see you all. Don't forget, back again for, I guess,
Yes, everybody have a happy holiday.
happy holiday.
Yeah.
BT in Fate, maybe doing something tomorrow, I guess. If they, it's up to
You know what? We'll have to talk about that just because of
the holidays, sure. Yeah.
yeah. So BT, we'll chat soon.
He already wants this. He's going to be doing something on Christmas. Anyways.
So don't forget
We love
Tuesday
you all.
we get to hang out with this little Spitfire for 12 hours on her birthday stream. Oh yeah, perfect Christmas present to you guys after Christmas. Post Christmas present is a birthday present.
Boxing
from
Day.
her. So it's a much more interesting
And I'm
day.
not invited.
All right,
Huh?
Lee, thank you,
So
buddy.
then I'm not
Alex,
invited.
all you folks.
I have to
All right.
work.
I know you have to
Well-
work, but you can help after.
You ready for the
Anyways,
goodbye goodbyes?
goodbye. We love you guys. Goodbye.
Good night.